Dr. Jurgen, can you hear me? That that's coming through the
Welcome back, everybody. If I can get you to take your seats and encourage your colleagues that are out of the room to come in and join us as we are about to get underway. How are we all feeling this morning? A few nods, keeping up with the pace. Good, even. That's fantastic. It was an incredible day yesterday, wasn't it? Jennifer, welcome back. So nice to have you with us. Minister Bowen joining us again. It has really been just a significant first day, and that is going to continue very much so today after that lovely breakfast as well. And how fabulous was last night, that entertainment. I do hope that many of our visiting friends really enjoyed that little taste of Australia. And gave you a little bit of a sense of just the multicultural, diverse nature of our beautiful land. I might say the biggest takeaway for me was that Andrew Forrest's chemistry grades were 32%. I was very encouraged by that when I think back to my biology grades. So there is hope for us all yet. We are going to move straight into our morning session. Again, I might remind some of you, and I'm sure many of you have caught glimpses if you've been having the news services on in your rooms in between sessions of the extraordinary outpouring at Shinzo Abe's funeral in Japan yesterday. It was quite remarkable. It was a private funeral, but people lined the streets for kilometres and kilometres paying respects as the hearse passed them by. He is in the country and he will be with us at lunchtime. I know you were expecting him at this opening session, but he will be joining us at lunchtime, so that is definitely something to look forward to. But we really have some very distinguished speakers as we really want to revisit the big picture that we started with yesterday to give us we drilled down into some very specific issues and technologies that we needed to see moving forward. Come in, everybody, and find your seats. Thank you. But today we really wanted to go backwards a little bit, take a deep breath, and just consider the macro picture. You know, yesterday we heard constantly about there was no time to wait, but critically it was going to really mean people, everyone, we all had to work together cohesively, nations, countries, business, government. So let's bring up to the stage our three keynote speakers and also Claudia Sakin, who you met yesterday, but he will be making some closing remarks. It's a great honour to have with us Minister Raj Kumar Singh, the Minister of Power from India. So Raj, Minister Singh, if you could make your way up onto the stage. We have our only virtual guest of the conference. I'm not sure when he'll pop up, Daniel Jürgen. He's the Vice Chair of S&P Global, and Dr. Jörg Kukis, the State Secretary of the German Federal Chancellor. So if all three of you can, and Claudia too, join us on the stage. The middle gap, Minister, lovely to have you with us. The middle gap is for Daniel Jürgen, and there he pops up. So let's give him a welcome. Can you hear us, Daniel? Just give us a wave if you can hear us.
I can hear you fine. Thank you very much.
Alan was so keen to have this really in real life, and it has been, and it's been so remarkable when we consider how we've recovered and are bouncing back from COVID, I guess somewhat tentatively it has to be said, but to think that we've only got one remote speaker is amazing, but so important is Dr. Jürgen to us that it is going to be very worth your while. But let me start by introducing our first speaker. Minister Raj Kumar Singh is the Minister of Power and the Minister of New and Renewable Energy India. And Alan talked about India's population. it is going to become the most populous nation in the world, very quickly overtaking China, 1.4 billion. The challenges we heard yesterday are just enormous. And Minister Singh is being charged with driving India's target of 500 gigawatt by 2030 of renewable energy. We know that is a highly ambitious undertaking. Let's make him very welcome, Minister Raj Kumar Singh.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank Australia, Chris, for making this happen, for gathering all of us to discuss something which I believe is absolutely one of the most vital questions facing us in the world, the issue of the climate, global warming. What I was happy about yesterday was that the meeting of mind, the unanimity I perceived about the need for all of us, all the countries together, to push forward energy transition, to push forward actions to reduce emissions. There was no dissenting voice. There are no exceptions. Now that is the stage at which we have arrived in this world, and that is very encouraging. Because the challenge of the climate is actually a real challenge. Still, you'll hear some voices here and there that it's not really a crisis. But believe you me, it's a crisis. And what I am happy about is that all the countries represented here are actually moving forward to take whatever steps they need to take to meet this crisis. The circumstances are different, so the steps and the scale would be different. Yeah, every country has different circumstances, but the steps and the scale would be different. We recognize that the need for action is manifest. Now, there are a couple of driving factors behind this confluence of thought and action and belief, which we've seen yesterday. One, of course, is the energy crisis which hit this world. Now, I think we need to diagnose this energy crisis, which has hit the world, which we are actually in the middle of, because many countries still face difficulties in accessing the quantum of energy they need. The scenes we see on the television in some countries are stark, and they are actually a reflection, and an extreme reflection of what actually is an energy crisis. Now, as Fateh said yesterday, I don't think this is going to go away. This is there. This crisis is going to stay. And we need to come to terms with it. This is a crisis which has been in the making for some time. It's not only caused by the Russia-Ukraine war. No. I believe that that is one factor. It's a major factor, because Russia is a great source of energy. But that's just one factor. That's not the only factor. I believe that this crisis has been in the making for some time. And the reasons for this are, I would say, the trend towards cartelization, the trend towards reaping profits as fast as possible, has been going on for some time. Now, this has pushed up the prices of fossil fuel sources of energy to such an extent that for many countries, especially at the margins, it's become very difficult. And that's what we see on our television screens today. So that is another part of it. And do I see this trend at cartelization reducing? Do you? I don't think so. I don't see any country talking about expanding production. I don't think so. So that, I think, is at the center of what we are seeing together. Now, that has a consequence. And the consequence is that it will bring a closure to the days of the dominance of the fossil fuel system. The days of ending that dominance are getting closer because of this. What this has done is that it has actually made renewable energy competitive. That's what this has done. And therefore, I believe that this will actually hasten the energy transition. So in one sense, it is good news. So there are two drivers to energy transition. One, of course, is the concern for the climate. The other is the economic concern, the cost concerns. Also the fact that, as we noted yesterday, the renewable energy is immune from cartelization. Just because of its distributed nature, there will not be cartels which will develop. There will be cartelization in the systems, manufacturing systems, manufacturing of PV, the manufacturing of battery. Now, that is something we have to be aware about right from the beginning, so that we don't allow this to happen, so that the manufacturing facilities for PV, for electrolyzers, for green hydrogen are as distributed as possible. Because once they get concentrated into one country or two countries or some countries, then again we'll have this cycle which we saw with the cartelization of fossil fuels. In this crisis, the price of coal went up to about $150 a ton. $150 a ton. Now that's much more expensive than renewable plus storage. So it makes it just by one step made renewable plus storage, which is round-the-clock renewable, viable. And once you have round-the-clock renewable, that means renewable with storage viable, then that's the end of the story for fossil fuels. So that's the stage at which we are at. Our country, did not go into renewables for economic reasons. We went into this because we respect the environment, and that's our culture. Our forefathers, they worshipped the water, they worshipped trees. That's there in our DNA. So for us, environment is important. For our government, it's very important. Our government led by Prime Minister Modi, for him, environment is something which is inviolate. So despite the fact that our per capita emissions are 1/3 of the world average, 1.7 tons per person per year. That's the lowest ever. There are developed countries whose per capita emissions are 14 tons, 15 tons. So that you can make out the gap. But despite that, and despite the fact that even in legacy terms, our contribution to the legacy stores of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is very minimal, just about 5%, whereas our population is about 17% or something like that. Despite that, we decided that environment is important. And therefore, even before this economic aspect hit the world, even before this, in 2015, mind you, in 2015, our Prime Minister laid down a target for us, 175 gigawatts by 2022, which is this year, of renewable energy capacity, 175 gigawatts. And we made a pledge in COP21 in Paris that by 2030, 40%. And we, in the year of the Lord, 2015, our renewable energy capacity was actually very little. But we made a pledge that by 2030, 40% of our capacity shall be non-fossil. And that was not because of any economic reasons. That entailed costs. Because when we started off, solar energy was costing us about 8 rupees, 9 rupees per unit. Today it is 1 rupee 99 paise, 2 rupees per unit. But my Prime Minister bought solar energy even when it was 18 rupees a unit, which is how many US dollar cents? I mean, 20 US dollar cents or something like that. Today, it's just less than 3 US dollar cents. But he bought it then because he said, when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, because he said that if I don't start buying it now, then the price will never come down. So we started adding volumes. And because of that, the prices have come down. And the volumes which we have added are huge. Today, our established capacity of non-fossil fuels is 161 gigawatt, 162 gigawatts actually, out of a total capacity, installed capacity of 400 gigawatts. So we reached this, our target, the NDC target, which we had set for ourselves to be reached by 2030. We reached it in November 21. That's how fast we added capacity. And we are still adding capacity. Because when we reached this target, the Prime Minister said that, no, we'll up our ambition. So he gave us a revised target. He says, by 2030, 500 gigawatts. We'll do it. Yeah, we'll do it. And we made a corresponding pledge that by 2030, we'll install 500 gigawatts. We made a pledge in COP26 in Paris. And we shall cross that. We shall cross that before 2030. Because I already have another 82 gigawatts, apart from 162 gigawatts, I already have about 82 gigawatts under construction and 28 gigawatts under bid. And so if you add this capacity under construction, 82 gigawatts, I'm already at 240. I didn't tell the Prime Minister that, but but if you take the installed capacity, my target now is 3 times the installed capacity of non-fossil fuel gas. Now, as I said, this we did because we respect the environment. We are the only major country, only major economy whose actions are consonant with a sub-2 degree rise in global temperature. That's not us saying it. That's all independent surveys saying it. This is not only renewables. In energy efficiency, what we have done. And again, we had pledged in COP21 in Paris, this was 2015, that by 2030, we will reduce the emissions intensity of our economy, which is already very low, as I told you, by 33 to 35%, as against 2005 levels, 2005 levels, by 2030. Now, we are already at 30%. So we've already reduced it by 30%. So we'll again cross that. So in COP26 in Glasgow, we again upped our ambition and made a revised pledge that by 2030, we shall reduce the emissions intensity of our economy by 45%. Now that is again something which we shall overachieve. And the programs which we, sort of launched are programs which other countries have come to study so that they can replicate it. One, of course, is the program for the industry, whereby we lay down specific emission targets per unit of product. And if those targets are met or if they are exceeded, then they get energy saving certificates. If they don't meet those targets, then they have to either buy energy saving certificates to corresponding amount or they have to pay a penalty. So they buy energy saving certificates. So that has resulted in a saving of CO2 emissions, avoidance of CO2 emissions by 115 million tons of CO2 per annum. We have the largest LED program in the world that has resulted in a reduction of CO2 emissions of 103 million tons per annum. We have energy efficiency standards called STAR rating program for appliances that has resulted in a reduction of CO2 emissions by 53 million tons per annum. So in emissions reduction also, we are proceeding ahead very rapidly. We have an energy conservation building code for commercial buildings, under which we lay down norms for energy consumption by large commercial buildings. Now we have come out with an Eco-Niwas Samhita for residential buildings, large residential buildings as well. So we already have started a system of net zero buildings. And as I said, this is work in progress. I mean, I see this. I do not see this as a culmination, as an ending point. I see this as a continuum. That is what is works in progress. I have to reach further, I have to reach 500 gigawatts. And in fact, by and large, what is there in our hearts is complete energy transition. Now, that has challenges. And those challenges is what I will come to and discuss, because I believe that the challenges which we face are the challenges which all the countries will face as they reach this level of saturation of renewable energy capacity. That's the challenge. Putting up this capacity required efforts. Managing this capacity in the grid also required some concerted efforts. Now, how did we go about adding this capacity? Now, that is something which I'll share with you. One, as we have done, we are doing again for this revised target. When we set ourselves a target and made a pledge, we put in place a renewable purchase obligation. That means everybody who consumes energy, so some people consume energy, most consumers consume energy through distribution companies, so there is a renewable purchase obligation for distribution companies. There are industries which do not buy energy through distribution companies but directly, so they are obligated entities. So anybody who consumes energy, we lay down percentages of renewable energy which will be a part of the energy consumption. And those percentages which we mandate are equal to the pledge which we have made internationally. So we laid down RPOs, renewable purchase obligations, to match our pledge. And penalty, we provided for penalties in case those pledges, in case that RPO was not met. We also set up structures to enable this. One was a structure, for carrying out bids and for de-risking it. We have something called the SECI, the Solar Energy Corporation of India. Right now, it's actually the Renewable Energy Corporation of India. So that provides a payment security mechanism that conducts bids. Incidentally, this entire capacity addition, I have not had to put in any money. It's all by open bids, transparent bids. And we are the biggest market in renewables for the past 4 or 5 years. We have been the biggest market in the world for renewables. And we have also emerged as the most attractive market for investment in renewables. So every bid is hotly contested. Every major fund in the world is invested in our country through in the renewable energy field. So, I have not actually had to put in a penny. I just hold bids. Whichever company bids the lowest tariff, we sign an agreement with him for procurement of power for 25 years. There are payment security mechanisms in place. He sets it up, he runs it, he gives me that clean energy. And the different states, the distribution companies, they have to buy that clean energy in order to meet their RPO. So that was one structure which we put in place, the Renewable Energy SECI, or now the Renewable Energy Corporation of India. De-risking it, providing a level playing field, open market and open competition. The bidding conditions are transparent and open. We have a transparent dispute resolution mechanism which decides every dispute in less than 30 days. And so basically it works. It's working beautifully. We set up a financing agency for renewables called Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency, which finances renewables only. We also have 2 other financing agencies in my sector. There's a Power Finance Corporation and REC. They also finance renewables. So financing is taken care of. De-risking has been done. We had to, to add this capacity, we had to add 167. We added 167,000 circuit kilometers of transmission lines. That's a lot. 167,000 circuit kilometers of transmission lines. So our transmission lines, when we started off, were about 250,000 circuit kilometers odd. We added 167,000 circuit kilometers. So it's now 400,000 circuit kilometers more. And we added renewable energy management centers, 13 of them. So as to make this, integration of renewable possible. That again is something which will need to be done. We have had to add SATCOMs, etc., to handle the fluctuation. We have had to flexibilize our existing thermal power plants in order to take care of this fluctuation. And we have substantial hydro capacity, which also takes care of this fluctuation because they are instant sort of ramp up, instant ramp down. Then we provided for incentives, free transmission. So renewable energy enjoys free transmission. You can generate renewable energy anywhere, wherever the insolation, solar insolation is the highest, and transport it to wherever your industry is. We provided for open access to industry so that they can all lay down targets for going green, for going to net zero. We've made provisions for consumers to specify whether they want fully green energy or whether they want 75% green or 50% green, and the distribution company is obligated to supply the consumer the specific percentage of green energy which he wants, so that the consumer can also say that, yes, I am consuming only green energy. So that is another thing which we have put in place. In order for the industry to know the demand which is coming up, we announced a trajectory of bids that every 2 months or so we carry out bids for about 2,000 megawatts per approximately. So the industry is ready. They know that bids are coming. We set up solar energy parks. Now we call them renewable energy parks, both for solar and wind, whereby the land is provided for, connectivity is provided for. You go and set it up and it works. Then we provided for the existing power plants to bundle renewable energy with their existing conventional power and supply it under the existing PPAs to the consumers. Now that brought the price of power down and it made the power clean. So that added further space. And distribution companies could buy green power without getting into additional power purchase agreements. We have also said that every industry which has a captive, we would expect that the captive to transform from thermal to renewable. And we would expect the industries to announce dates by when they'll shift from a thermal captive generating unit to a renewable captive generating unit. And then, apart from all this, I have also, provided for timelines for them, for the renewable energy generating companies to be able to get open access. So as soon as you apply, you will get connectivity and you will get open access. Now, what this did was, number one, we provided the platform. We also expanded our exchange. We have 2 exchanges. Incidentally, we have connected the whole country into one grid. And you can transfer about 112,000 megawatts from one corner of the country to another. So it's one market. The whole country is now one market. And we've added some specific products for renewable energy. So we have a specific product for day ahead. There's the day ahead market for green energy. There's a term ahead market for green energy. So all this has made our sort of achievements possible. And there's also a spot market so that you can sell it. There's another thing which we have provided. Renewable energy is a must-run. That means no matter how much it costs, it will be dispatched first and it will be consumed first. So we've actually sort of put in place a system which puts renewable energy at the top of the heap. And all this has made this possible. Now, what are the challenges? The challenges are huge. But before I come to the challenges, there are a couple of more things which I want to tell you what we have done. Electric mobility. Now, we have a program for electric mobility. We've set up charging stations. We've laid down rules that the cost of power for charging of electric vehicles will be just the procurement cost of power plus 15%. That's it. In that 15% includes all your costs, transmission and distribution costs, and your margin. So it's the cost of power procurement and plus 15%. So it's one of the lowest tariffs. You can charge your vehicle at home at domestic rates. Domestic rates typically in our country are lower than commercial rates. And that our country is different that way. In most countries, commercial rates or industrial rates are lower than domestic rates, not us. But you can charge your electric vehicle at home, just plug it. And we also give subsidies for buying electric vehicles. We give subsidies for setting up charging stations. That is one.
Minister,
Yes.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but we are going to lose our connection with you, Dr. Jurgen.
Just a minute, Dalin.
We'd love to hear from you
Yeah,
more, but
just a minute.
unfortunately, if
I'll
we could
conclude.
wrap up. I do
Just-
apologize. Thank you so much.
Just a minute, I'll conclude. Now, green hydrogen. We've announced a mission for green hydrogen. And we are also, again, providing free transmission for green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is very difficult to transport. So, again, we have provided free transmission for electricity. You generate green electricity, and you can transport it anywhere. We will give you free transmission. So all these things we have done. Now, what are the challenges? I'll just come to the challenges. Basically, the challenges are, if you want round-the-clock renewable, you need storage. And storage is expensive. Now, all of us need to get together and reduce the cost of storage. We've already started. We come out with a bid for 1,000 megawatt hours of storage, and we have further bids of 1,000 plus megawatt hours of storage lined up. We have to add 268,000 megawatt hours of storage for me to handle that 500 gigawatts. That is one. The second is manufacturing. So we have taken steps to encourage manufacturing in our country, both battery as well as PV. And we have some of the largest facilities in manufacturing both battery and advanced PV coming up in our country. So as far as energy transition is concerned, we have emerged as a leader. We'll continue to be a leader. And our energy transition will be complete. Now, all despite the fact that we are one of the lowest emitters in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And apologies for hurrying you along a little bit. So many challenges that India faces. So it is really intriguing to hear just about some of the initiatives. We are very pressed, though, and we do have our wonderful transatlantic guest waiting, and we have limited time with him. But Minister Singh, thank you very much indeed. We do appreciate your time. Dr. Daniel Jurgen, as I've mentioned, is the Vice Chair of S&P Global. Now, many of you in this room know him. He is literally the superstar in international energy geopolitics. He's a Pulitzer Prize winner. He's a business leader, highly sought after by governments around the world, and serves on the US Secretary of Energy Advisory Board. Please make him very virtually welcome, Dr. Daniel Jurgen. Daniel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Beverly. I trust the sound is okay. I do hear a little gentle sort of jazz in the background, but I don't know if everybody else is hearing that. Is the sound okay?
Wonderful. No one's hearing jazz. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. It's very restful, by the way. Thank you for that very gracious introduction. And I'm really glad to be with you all. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I wanted to say a deep congratulations for establishing the Sydney Energy Forum and its importance, its regional focus, and it's a really significant, and I've looked very carefully at the program and I realize how good it is. And of course, Australia's role, and it's so clear that Australia has so many different roles to play in the new supply chains for net zero emissions world. The urgency of the energy transition has been cited, I know, by everybody. It's widely recognized. And of course, that leads to the fundamental role of clean energy, which has been facilitated by the advances in technology, cost, and scale. We just heard from Minister Singh on that subject. But the events of the last 9 months, I think, are forcing us to think more deeply about energy transition, because I think an amnesia about energy security had settled over the world, and that amnesia has now been ended by an energy shock. So let me offer some context. We hear the term energy transition. We've been through them before. There's never been an energy transition like this one. The energy transition, and something I write about in the new map, began in January 1709 when an English metalworker figured out you could make iron better using coal rather than wood. All the other energy transitions took over a century, and there were also energy additions. Example, uh, oil was discovered in the United States in 1859. It was not until 1960s that oil overtook coal as the world's #1 energy source. And today, the world uses 4 times as much coal as it did in the 1960s. So really something quite remarkable is being pursued in 28 years to change the entire energy foundations of what today is an $88 trillion world economy. That's a very ambitious goal. And I think as we look at plans and everything, some degree of modesty is there because unexpected things happen, like COVID, like wars in Ukraine, and who knows what's ahead. Last summer, a prominent French economist named Jean Pisani-Ferry wrote a paper in which he warned that if you try and push too aggressively the 2050 goals into 2030, you would have tumultuous economic times, which he said would be rival the 1970s in their difficulties. He's a senior advisor, been an advisor to President Macron. He founded the most prominent economic research institute, very distinguished economist. It turned out he was very prescient because the energy crisis, as the minister said, did not start on February 24th when Russia invaded Ukraine. It began about a half year earlier with shortages of coal, then natural gas, and then oil. And I think there was, as I think the minister was saying, the way I describe it, there was preemptive underinvestment in conventional energy on the assumption that the change was going to happen. And it was driven, I don't think, by cartels. I think it was really driven by governments and investors putting pressure on companies to not invest as much in conventional energy. So you had preemptive underinvestment, and this is what Professor Pisani-Ferry predicted would happen. Of course, on February 24th, a global energy crisis became a global geopolitical crisis. And I would say the outcome of that is still not clear. I think the next few months could get far worse, could be more difficult than it is. The energy crisis could grow more serious, partly because markets are so tight, and also because Vladimir Putin, what he's doing right now is, as our German colleague will speak, is he laid out a strategy last month at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, which is to create economic hardship in Europe with shortages of natural gas, to lead to social unrest, bring populist parties to power, and as he said, change the elites. And he did say this, but to break the alliance on Ukraine. So I think that's a factor that other energy crises have not had to face. And right now, developing countries are paying the highest cost of this, economic cost, social cost, and there will be a political stability cost. And by the way, this feeds into the food crisis because 70% of the cost of food is actually energy, not only fertilizer, but also transportation and processing. At least that's what our economists calculate. I think we've seen a change of thinking in Europe. I was very struck by Economic Minister Habeck, one of the leaders of the Green Party, saying there's no black and white on energy, there's only gray. You have to think about it in balanced terms. So more renewables, but also more natural gas, and natural gas not coming from the east, but from the west. So I think a lesson from this is that energy transitions require energy security because you're not going to get the transition. You have too many problems. And energy security requires energy diversity. More than a century ago, Winston Churchill summarized it when he converted the Royal Navy from coal to oil. He said, safety in energy lies in variety, and variety alone, diversity. So that's still a fundamental. So when we get to energy transition, I think there's 4 issues that at least I would like to put on the table for you all to think about. One is the importance of stability of supply. We don't have large-scale battery storage yet. It needs to be balanced. We see in parts of the United States where you've seen instability in electricity, in California, blackouts, brownouts, rolling brownouts in California. And it's because over-reliance on renewables without the stabilizing factor of the other things that you need, like natural gas. Indeed, California was about to shut down its last nuclear power plant. It's now considering maybe it shouldn't do that that would make their situation more difficult. So as renewables become more important, stability becomes more important. We've just seen that in Texas, where wind was not performing at a time when they were at maximum period in terms of energy demand. The second point to take in terms of energy transition is the pervasiveness of oil and gas, and just how it's so much part of the world in ways that you just don't think of, in terms of things in your house, in your office, in the way things work. Indeed, the lipid, if you had, any of you, I'm sure some of you had a Moderna vaccination, some of you may have had a Pfizer vaccination. The lipid that carried that into your cells is an oil product, just for the record. The third, and I was listening to the minister talk about that, is the North-South divide. Some will remember there used to be a North-South divide that really emerged out of the 1970s about a rebalancing between the developed and developing world. I see a North-South divide occurring now in terms of climate and climate policy. That the view in Brussels is very different than a country in Africa that has 1/12 the per capita income of people living in Belgium or Germany. It was brought home to me, it's been brought home to me in a number of meetings and conversations, but I chaired a meeting with a number of African energy ministers, and I was really struck by almost somewhere between disappointment and anger. The vice president of Nigeria has been very clear. Why won't the banks finance natural gas pipeline that we need so that people are not burning waste wood, that they can get natural gas and not have the health problems and the shortened lifespan? But the comment was really brought home to me by the minister from Senegal, who was also talking about the banks not financing a natural gas pipeline. And she said, by not doing that, she said, they've taken away the ladder. What do they expect us to do? How do we go up the economic, improved standard of living if we don't have that ladder? What do they expect us to do, she said, to jump or to fly? And you may have noticed at the recent G7 meeting, they're saying, well, maybe we should relax that ban on not providing financing for energy development, conventional energy development that developing countries need. The fourth point I wanted to make is about the supply chains for net zero emissions. Yes, the cost of renewables has come down enormously. In my previous book, The Quest, I really delved deeply into the history, the modern history of wind and solar. And for the first 40 years, they were not economic. Now, of course, they're economic. Costs have gone down dramatically. Scale has gone up. But by the way, we see that the cost now, there seems to be an upturn. You've got to monitor it in the cost of those technologies. And people forget the wind is free, the sun is free, but not the materials that go in that are required for renewable energy. How many people recognize that an electric car today on average is 20% plastic? Now, a number of authorities, the US government, the Biden administration, the EU, the US Senate Energy Committee, the International Energy Agency, the World Bank, the IMF, have all recently done reports saying there's a problem. As the IEA said, we're going to move from a fuel-intensive to a mineral-intensive energy system. And all of them are raising the question, alarm, are the minerals there? Do we know what the scale is, what's going to be needed? And the concern is that if it's not addressed, if you don't understand what the costs are and supply is, what now seems cheap, renewables, the cost will go up. So we listened to the IEA, to the IMF, the World Bank, the US, the EU, and we said, okay, we being S&P Global are going to investigate that. And this has been a concern on my mind for some time, because in the new map, I write about this move from a world of big oil to a world of big shovels, in which you're going to need a lot more mining to meet the objectives. So on Thursday, let's see, it's Wednesday where you are. So tomorrow, for you, and 2 days for us, we'll be releasing the study that we worked on for 8 months that brings the talent across S&P Global together on copper, not lithium, not cobalt, because those are battery materials, but copper, because copper is the metal of electrification. It's, in a sense, it's the base load for energy transition. And the question is that available? Will there be available supply? And so we've looked at what will be required for copper in order to, on a technology by a sub-technology basis, to meet the 2050 net zero emission goals. I can't, because we haven't released it yet, go into the numbers, because then we've balanced that, benchmarked it against mining capacity, improvements in mining, improvements in efficiency. And I'll just say at this point, there's going to be a gap, and that gap will have to be addressed, and it's true on other minerals too. So I think with climate, it's no longer the what. The goal is clear. The question is how, and it's going to take a much greater searching examination of the how. And there's a further problem, which are geopolitics. In a sense, Australia has experienced some of that in terms of its own supply chains. As we now see with semiconductors, can be caught up in the geopolitical, what has been called great power competition, strategic rivalry. And it's interesting, the Quad, in which both India and Australia participate, one of the themes now is the resilience of supply chains. There are different dimensions about that. Of course, part of that is about COVID, but part of it is geopolitical as well. And I think you all know what that means. So that, and I think it bears much greater examination of the minerals that will be needed, the building blocks of net zero emissions, and the availability of them. So in the study that we're going to come out with in 2 days or a day is really a beginning to say, actually, what's the quantification? And then we don't make policy recommendations. That will be for people at this conference and people at other conferences and governments in dialogue with industry to say, well, what should be the policies that will assure that? But I'll tell you, it's a big question, a very important question, and it will loom larger as the drive for net zero emissions increases because of the scale that will be involved, how much it will grow. But I will say that as we looked at it, one thing is very clear and very significant for this conference: Australia will have a very important role to play in the new supply chains for net zero. Thank you.
Daniel, thank you very much for that fabulous address, and hopefully we'll get a question to you in a little while too. But let's come now to some of the issues that Dr. Yergin mentioned, and that is just the extraordinary upheaval that has been wrought by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And we have someone very well placed to talk us through some of those issues, among others. Dr. Jörg Kukis is the German Federal Chancellor, and he is the G7 and G20 Sherpa works to the Chancellor Olaf Scholz. And as I mentioned, we are very delighted to have him with us, and hopefully to get some insights on the outcomes of those recent meetings and, of course, the challenges posed by the Ukraine war. Thanks. Please welcome Dr. Kukis.
Thank you. Many thanks for having me here, and I think it's a very clear indication that Germany is invited to this conference, that we have a very strong interest in the Indo-Pacific region. Chancellor Scholz signaled that very clearly by very early in his tenure after taking over as Chancellor, visiting Japan and reinforcing the friendship that we have with the Japanese government. And of course, our heartfelt condolences to the passing of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. I think the interest that we have in the Indo-Pacific region will continue to reinforce itself. Recently, we've ratified, after many years of delay, the free trade agreement with Canada, and Chancellor Olaf Scholz has announced that that is only a beginning. We will be an engine for further free trade agreements. And of course, the one with Australia is one very near and dear to our hearts. So it's a great pleasure to be here, traveling around the world and seeing that the issues that we are confronted with in Germany are the same as the ones that everyone here is confronted with, namely to transition into a climate neutral economy while maintaining the drivers of growth and prosperity and balancing those. So the transformation, of course, is one that is near and dear to all of our hearts. Making this work is a great ambition in Germany. The efforts of getting that done is a very firmly enshrined goal of the coalition agreement, so it actually predates the brutality and aggression that we've seen from Russia against Ukraine. But of course, the Russian aggression against Ukraine has shown very painfully to us what is a overconcentration of procurement of energy from one source, the one source that we've believed for many decades to be a reliable and trustworthy source, of course, has now shown not only its blatant violation of the international rule of law, the respect for borders and sovereignty of nations, but also a blatant disregard for the faith and the rule of law of contractual obligations by using gas as a weapon, as it's been done before. But of course, we have ourselves to blame by subjecting ourselves to this concentrated risk of sourcing energy in such an undiversified way from one source. So of course, what we are doing now is contrary to many views. We are actually accelerating the renewables drive. We are accelerating the build out of infrastructure. Of course, we are taking a sidestep, and instead of going straight line from fossil fuels to renewables, we are going from fossil fuels, including Russia, to fossil fuels excluding Russia, into renewables. So doing that simultaneously adds complexity, but we are far along the line of the first goal. We will be off of Russian coal in a few weeks. 1st of August, complete sanction, zero volume of coal from Russia. It used to be 40% of our coal mix. Oil used to be 40% of our oil mix, will be zero on the 31st of December 22. As you can imagine, anyone who knows the history of the Druzhba pipeline, which was already a tool of Soviet empire over Eastern Europe, ridding yourself of that dependence is not a trivial matter, but it is one that we will achieve in a few months. Of course, gas, as you know, is much more complicated, but we have accelerated the path towards independence from Russian gas by building LNG terminals. Something that has been neglected for decades is now being done in a matter of months, not years. The first LNG ship will hopefully sail into the port of Hamburg either at the end of this year or early 23. We've passed a law to massively accelerate the build out of the LNG infrastructure, where basically public interest declares that you can start building an LNG port and ask for permission later. The government assumes the risk to the economic actors doing that. So in that sense, we've really been pragmatic around doing that. Of course, now we need molecules, and many thanks to many conversations that I've been able to have in this conference to help us procure those, even though they are fossil, not renewable. But as I said, all of this is embedded in a sidestep towards renewables. And of course, renewables stays at the forefront of what we are doing. We've just passed what we call the Easter package, because it's legislation that we decided on in the coalition agreement in December, and have now implemented with a legislative proposal around the Easter time. It's just been passed by the German parliament last week on Friday. It entails 56 pieces of legislation. The renewables build-out will be massive. Renewables are now officially declared a in the preeminent public interest of the Federal Republic of Germany and in our public security interest. What does that mean? Massive acceleration of planning times. We no longer have to take into account every bird that may cross the pathway of a wind farm. we go to a much more pragmatic solution of thinking about endangered species instead of the livelihood of every animal, and that can massively accelerate planning periods. That was not a trivial matter because of course, we know biodiversity matters, but it is something that we need to do to accelerate this process. We want to have 80% of our electricity generated by renewables by 2030, 100% renewables by 2035. That means that in the next 7 years, we will have to go from 240 terawatt hours of renewable electricity generated to 600. So already, many thanks to many of you who are helping us in this effort, and it's certainly an effort that will be continued. We will build out onshore wind by 10 gigawatts per year in installed capacity to 115 by 2030. Solar, 22 gigawatts per year to 215 in 2030. In offshore wind, we will have an expansion path of 30 gigawatts installed capacity by 2030, 40 gigawatts by 35, and 70 gigawatts by 45. So all of that is part of a very important strategy. As I said, gas is a transition part of that equation, and was very interested to hear what Dr. Jürgen said before. Of course, we face a massive dilemma that nobody can answer. 158 billion cubic meters of gas comes from Russia to the European Union annually. After months of negotiations with the country that is massively resource-rich, massively capital-rich, and has all of the rules and regulations to promote the extraction of gas and the export to the world, namely the United States, the European Union has thankfully reached agreement that the United States will aim to provide 15 billion cubic meters of gas to the European Union in the next year. Qatar will chip in about the same, but that's the problem. 2/3 of non-Russian gas comes from the US and Qatar. Both combined can do about 30. We're importing 158 from Russia. Where's the delta? And that question, I'm very happy that Dr. Jürgen mentioned this, has to be answered by the European Union. We can't tell the world that we just imagine this problem away. Of course, suppression of demand is part of the equation, but we have to work with countries of the South to think about what kind of role in the transition can gas play. Of course, in alignment with Paris, in alignment with 1.5%, with 1.5 degrees, in alignment with a hydrogen strategy. But when we met President Macky Sall in Senegal, for instance, of course he said, how do you square that by importing Russian gas, which is very dirty, which has very low regulation, which has very low rules to suppress the escape of methane, etc., with the fact that you try to prohibit us from developing our own resources. So this is certainly something that we will think about. The G7 statement opens a door, but puts everything in the context of climate neutrality. And I think that's a very important aspect, that we don't want to go back in time. We want to move forward with a clear priority on renewables and gas potentially as one element of a transitory source of energy. Of course, we will need massive investment from many of you. We, as a fiscally conservative country, are aiming to be fiscally neutral again by 2023. And I told you about the gigawatts that we need. Hence, we won't finance this from a public side. We've reserved 60 billion euros into our climate transition fund. That will not even be remotely enough to finance all of these gigawatts, as all of you know. So we will crowd in private investment. We have set the incentives with our legislation, and we are really moving forward quite massively. We also want to embed all of this into a framework that works for foreign investors. You've seen Tesla building its gigafactory in Eastern Germany within 2 years from planning the investment to delivering the first car. Intel has committed 17 billion euros to one of the largest fab new constructions in another East German town. The Financial Times, in its big read 2 weeks ago, illustrated this power and energy and dynamic coming from East Germany at the moment, with Silicon Saxony, with the automotive electric industry really growing massively. And of course, needless to say, if we want 15 million electric vehicles in our country by 35, if we want to contribute to the abolition of carburetor-driven cars in Europe by 2035, we need a huge amount of this renewable energy. The last point that I want to make in the context of what we're planning to do in the G7 is also something that's important for this audience, because there is a goal that we concluded at the G7, namely to do this transition cooperatively. One of our biggest fear, of course, as an export-oriented nation, is that the differences in approach to reach carbon neutrality will engender new trade conflicts. The risk that we will CBAM each other into new trade hostility due to the different approaches to carbon neutrality is a real one. And we have proposed the idea that was endorsed by the G7 of a climate club to make this effort of climate neutrality by the middle of the century a cooperative one in 3 pillars. Pillar 1, carbon reduction and mitigation. How do we find a common denominator between the differences in approach between carbon pricing, that of course the European Union is strongly endorsing, and many other regions of the world, the indirect carbon incentivization of carbon mitigation that other countries are pursuing? How do we make those comparable? And I think a lot of smart thinking in the economics scene will have to be done on how we level that playing field between the different approaches and come to somewhat of an equivalence regime where countries who are doing equivalent things but are taking different paths towards that don't need to impose tariffs on each other. That is pillar 1. Pillar 2 is industrial decarbonization. I think standard setting, as we heard at the dinner speech yesterday, is an extremely important concept. Defining common standards, defining common strategies between the countries of this world is an extremely important one. The third pillar is the concept of just energy transition partnerships that we have rolled out already with South Africa to help finance that transition. We're doing the same with India, Indonesia, Senegal, and Vietnam, where billions and billions are going to go into investments in countries where we want to partner to take into account both the social aspects and all of the energy technical aspects of making this transition possible. So those are the 3 pillars of the Climate Club. The G7, as I said, has started this debate with one enormously important and central adjective: open. This is not a G7 only exclusive club. This is an open club where we want to invite any country that is willing to share the goals of climate neutrality by 2050 and embark on this journey towards a more ambitious pathway together in an open and inclusive way. So hopefully many of you will join, and we're looking forward to debate on this concept that hopefully will be one of the many incentives to actually achieve climate neutrality by 2050. Many thanks.
Jörg, thank you so much. It is quite staggering to think that in less than a few weeks, you'll be turning off those gas supplies from Russia and still progressing on oil. It's something that has almost been unthinkable, and so fascinating to hear about some of those other developments. And so when we listen, if we think back to Minister Singh's address and what we've just heard from Jörg, Daniel, while we still have you, I just want to put one final question to you before we get Claudio to wrap up this session. Jörg just talked about open. We're all in this room as part of the Indo-Pacific region to try and further so many of these aims. But how do we get this interconnectedness Daniel, in terms of government, in terms of business, in terms of industry, in terms of nation to nation?
I think right now is that north-south divide, and Jorg described an effort to address it. And sort of, I think it's important to listen to the developing world, where there are 80% of the world's population live, as to what their imperatives are that are a little different. But as Jorg described it too, I mean, we are now in a different world. There are many differences between the energy crises in the 70s, but one similarity is when that crisis was over, the world was different. And we can already see that this world is going to be different. It's going to be more divided. And I think that certainly around innovation and technology, but I think also I was fascinated to listen to Jorg's description of that incredible agenda that Germany is pursuing, but thinking about the material requirements for it. So I think you have to look at the entire value chain in order to assure that, and so that that can happen. We've already seen the cost of EVs going up because of the cost of materials. But I think the agenda is very large, and I think in a way Germany is at the center of it. But I think Australia has a very important role to play in the new supply chains, and understanding that and focusing on it would be a great contribution, not only for Australia, but for the world.
We appreciate that, Daniel. Let's now get Claudia to just give a nice summary of this morning's session, and then we will thank all of our panelists. Claudia, you'll remember, of course, Claudia, from our session yesterday, from CEO of Hitachi Energy.
Thank you so much. And first of all, thanks, Minister Daniel, and your great contribution. I will, just a few minutes. Number one is, if I look at some of the underlying points that everyone made, starting from the minister. Number one is that now we need to move to action. We need to take concrete steps. The system, the energy system and the future energy system will be more complex, will be more interconnected, will be more distributed. And by the way, we heard that the distributed pattern of this energy system is actually an opportunity to de-risk the system. We talked about concentration of sources of energy in the current system. That will have to change. But all of that will demand, and we heard this from all interventions, a much higher level of engagement, collaboration, cooperation across the sectors, very clear. If we see the future of the energy system being clean, renewable on the source, electrified on the demand, this will require a lot of cross-stakeholder engagement, development for transport, industry, energy, and of course, all the building and infrastructure. At the same time, and I really appreciate that this came up very clearly from everyone, the collaboration and the engagement across geographies, the north-south divide that Daniel mentioned. And I think it's very important, Jorg also made it very clear, there is a need to make this transition work. We cannot afford to derail the goals, the targets that are extremely ambitious to get to carbon neutrality, but we have to get there all together. We have to get there all together through this transition. We have to leverage every single step in the road that will help us decarbonizing. And that again, to us, I think it starts from this forum. If we all take our own share of change management, because this is a transformation that will require a lot of change, that will require a lot of change from a technology standpoint. We heard about that also in the previous sessions. Technology is there. There is a lot that can be leveraged. We need a lot of change management from how we establish collaborative business models, how we operate jointly as an energy system. All need to contribute to that. And of course, we need a lot of change management also from the government. We heard about the policies. We need policies to adapt to what this future energy system will be. And we need technology providers like us and everybody else in this forum to also share our roadmap, our view on what those steps will be so that governments can then take the actions and adapt so that scale, speed will be there in order to deliver those commitments. So once again, thank you very much. And to conclude, for sure, I think Australia has a very big role to play, certainly bigger than in the past energy system into this future clean energy future. Thank you.
Claudia, thank you. We noticed, of course, that we lost Daniel in the middle of that. He had to run on to another engagement. But what an impressive first start to our morning session. Please let's thank all our panelists. And we really appreciate the time that they have given over to us. Thank you so much. Time, of course, is constantly the pressure for us. We'll have morning tea, again, coming to the tables outside as well. You can pick up a coffee. But we will try and be back and get underway by 10:40. So if we can start making our way into the room, that would be wonderful as we start drilling down into some of the bigger issues. Thanks so much. great to see so many of you in the room. Please, let's get to the tables. For people outside, if you'd like a coffee order, we can get that organised for you and bring it to your tables. But if we can start moving back in, we'll get underway in the next minute. Thanks so much. Welcome back, folks. Let's get to our tables. We do have some coffee orders still coming in, but they will very quietly come into the room. So let's get started because we have a really very significant session we're now going to kick off. Plenary session 4. Thanks, everybody. Let's get seated. What a riveting first revisit of our opening session, but we're now going to start getting to... Thanks, everyone. Can you take your seats? We're going to now start moving to really some of the nitty-gritty over the next 3 panel sessions and our first address, because we're now talking about enabling markets, capabilities, and systems to support the transitions we've been hearing about. And the numbers continue to be absolutely staggering. So how we're going to manage all of this is going to be the key challenges for many of you in the room. We're talking standards, transparency, finance, a loan, skills. It is going to be an enormous, enormous task. To set the scene is someone very well placed to explain just how standards are key to help markets work effectively. Please make very welcome the President of the International Organization for Standardization, Ulrike Frank.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and delegates from all around the world. As you probably know, I'm not English speaking, I'm Swedish, and I came in from Stockholm the other day after quite some time of flying. But I thought it was worth it to have this chance to talk to you about standards, which some of you have mentioned along these 2 days. Because over these two days, the Sydney Forum will have covered many topics, the technical and economic challenges we face, and their solutions, and the way in which evolving technologies can be developed to further widen our options for a rapid and viable transition to a low-carbon society. In all cases, there is a role for ISO standards as an enabler, as a catalyst for that change. Every day, every one of us comes in contact with standards. They provide guidance and reassurance. They make lives easier, safer, and hopefully better. They do that in the background to all intents and purposes. They are actually invisible for most of us. My aim today is to shine a light on standards, making them more visible. And I'd like to start by talking about the way in which ISO standards are developed, because that is important. ISO is a members organization, uniting and coordinating 167 national standard bodies, such as Standards Australia. We bring together experts to share knowledge and development voluntarily, census-based, market-relevant, international standards that support innovation and provide solutions to global challenges. That is what we're all about. We do that across every sector imaginable, from blockchain to satellites, MP3 to autonomous vehicles in mining. In fact, there are more than 300 technical committees representing experts' voices from across the globe. And I think those expert voices are more than 55,000 people working in standards, quite a big organization. ISO is unique in the scope of its activities, in the width of contributions to standardization, and in the diversity of its participants. One of the most cherished principles of ISO standards is making sure that every voice is heard. And that is where we are a bit different from other organizations that work on standardization. With standards underpinning the quality and safety of the devices, products, and services that we rely on, we actively seek the input of consumers in that process. That is, for us, very important. And important to our strategy is also prioritizing developing countries, encouraging their active participation, and ensuring that the solutions that we provide are applicable to the widest range of real-life situations. With the majority of members coming from developing countries, and those countries making up the greater part of the world population, the strategy promotes support and training to enable the wide use of standards as a catalyst for necessary sustainable development. Besides meeting the challenges of connectivity, infrastructure, and safety, standards are indispensable to ensure the non-stop flow of goods. There is a clear role for ISO standards in securing clean energy supply chains. Through management systems and long-established standards for physical items, such as shipping containers. They're all the same all over the world, thanks to ISO. As well as standards that report security identification techniques, from RFID to Internet of Things, to track and measure highly intangible distribution networks, providing oversight, clarity, and transparency around the actions and impacts of all participants. The foundation of international standards is cooperation at both national and international levels. Providing the connectivity and harmonization processes will also rely on the extensive use of standards to provide technical support and shared understanding. In addition to providing a platform for technical acceptance that operates cross borders, regions, and cultures, standards provide a common language. International standards are an established way of doing things that enable collaboration and exchange, and also, coming to the next section, also reducing financial risks. They are a condition for successful trade, ensuring that expectations are understood and commitments are honored. In addition to providing a way of manufacturing, moving, and marketing goods, standards support transition to net zero and the principles of sustainability. I know that technical complexities are better addressed by some of the distinguished participants here at the forum, but I'd like to share some of my global views on the hydrogen economy. Hydrogen has long held promises and been one of the several possibility solutions to storage and provision of clean energy. For a long time, challenges, both technical and environmental, have presented barriers to develop the sector. The pressing climate crisis had made development of the hydrogen economy a non-negotiable ingredient in the sustainable energy mix, and that will carry us forward to a carbon-free future. For 30 years, ISO has had an active technical committee on hydrogen technologies. They have published 18 standards that cover the fine details from fueling stations and infrastructure to techniques that support green hydrogen production, including electrolysis. They are more active than ever, and they have about 17 new standards being developed at this moment. Whilst more than 40 members are involved in the work of the committee, there exist further opportunities to join in, to get involved. And I would like to underline the importance of this, because that participation is key to wide uptake and acceptance. Some of the challenges of hydrogen require solving technical complexities, especially around the efficient production of green hydrogen. Standards are essential for setting ground rules, so this is where we come into play. It means that all participants are operating on level playing fields, and it helps ensure that compatibility and relevance of new procedures and equipment. In sense, standards can also be a driver of innovation. Another of the issues to be faced is in the transition itself. In some cases, solutions exist, but economic exposure have slowed progress. We are careful about our balance sheets. As part of a wider holistic approach to manage change and organizational resilience, standards can also be applied to repurposing infrastructure, decommissioning legacy technologies, and making good on promises and claims in a way that is transparent and verifiable, and not forgetting a much-needed boost to public confidence. In this respect, the work by Standards Australia is exemplary as part of their commitment to the London Declaration, where ISO members have engaged to promote and use standards to advance progress on climate ambitions. They have made their standards an integrated part of meeting the ambitions for 2050 net zero goals. And I hope a lot of other national bodies will follow suit. The approach that Standards Australia have taken builds seamlessly on the work of ISO committees in both hydrogen and fuel cells to ensure international compatibility as the hydrogen industry grows. The committee's terms of reference cover all aspects of hydrogen across the value chain as an energy carrier. This includes the production, storage, and handling, measurement, transport, transmission, and distribution of hydrogen in its pure form, blended with other fuel gas or via alternative hydrogen transport vectors, as well as the use of hydrogen. ISO have a number of standards that are key in achieving the climate agenda. They help to adapt to climate change, quantify greenhouse gas emissions, and promote the sharing of good practices in environmental management. One area in which we are pursuing urgently is the development of international guidance that will bring clarity and establish a level playing field around net zero ambitions, objectives, and claims. Net zero is easy to say, but harder to understand. What is lacking is a shared definition that will enable us all to progress in the right direction. Through the development of ISO's latest international workshop agreement, which I think will start tonight, more than 1,000 organizations and people have signed up from more than 100 countries. This will put some guidance to the hands of regulators, businesses, and organizations of all sizes. And I know that the Secretary General of the UN has a similar committee working, and we will connect to them. This is an ad hoc committee that the Secretary General has started, and we will try to work collaboratively with them. It has been a privilege to be with you today to share my beliefs in the power of standards. After 2 years that necessarily shifted focus onto the global pandemic, this forum marks not only a welcome return to movement of people, but also, the more importantly, that we return to addressing pressing issues when it comes to growth and climate. If we can draw lessons from the pandemic, and there are many of those, the most visible of these is the need for preparedness and also anticipation and improved resilience. It will take perseverance and courage, but what I've seen here today at the Sydney Energy Forum, that commitment is there. What we need to do now is to re-establish our momentum. That's going to be enhancing our efforts and acting with urgency. In taking the right action, ensuring the resources are mobilized in the most efficient way possible, and that we get it right, we need to do a lot of things. One of them is use the proven approach of international standards, of sharing best practice and reaching common ground. Thank you very much for listening to me.
And Ulrika, thank you very much for your time and for setting the stage for us this morning for some further discussions on some of these very tricky issues. So let's get to our first panel session, and this is a session where we are going to look at exactly what it's going to take to mobilise finance and investment. It's something we've heard a lot about, just the equity across various nations and the availability. We heard Dr. Forrest last night talking about who's prepared to actually put the money in when it looks like it could be years and a lot of uncertainty in terms of return on investment. Now, chairing this discussion is Ian Learmonth, the CEO of Australia's Clean Energy Finance Corporation. CEFC is the world's largest green bank, and it was established by the Australian government in 2012. So if Ian and his panellists could please join us on stage while we give them all a very warm round of applause to kick off our first panel session.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you for that warm introduction. I think Prime Minister Albanese said yesterday that 50% of the technologies that we have today are already well established and are going to allow us to deliver on this enormous task, this clean energy transition, and the 50% that aren't well established or commercialised today, we're well on our way to progress with them. So I think that's very exciting. And there are, over the last day and a half, we've been hearing about extraordinary ambition and projects. I mean, some of the ones in Australia, the Sun Cable project, the Australian Renewable Energy Hub, of incredible scale, and are going to require an enormous commitment and vast amounts of capital. We heard from India and Germany, just the scale of ambition there in terms of onshore and offshore wind, hydrogen, solar PV. It is vast, and I guess the important thing about this conversation is, what do we need to deliver on that? And a big part of that, of course, is investment and finance. Now, as the CEO of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, as Bev said, the world's largest green bank, I kind of see that firsthand, and I see that as a government financier, investor. But it's not, of course, just about governments. There's the private sector is of course is going to play a huge role in this. We heard from Mark Carney at COP26 talk about the $130 trillion worth of private sector capital that's committed to the clean energy transition. There is also other players in this, supranationals, the World Bank, ADB, and others that are all going to have to come together for this extraordinary transition. So we're going to talk to our panel about that, and I've got a very exciting lineup. First of all, we're going to talk to Nobuyuki Kawabata, who's here on my right, who joins us from Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, where he's based in Japan. He's a senior managing executive officer, and in his current role, Nobuyuki oversees clean energy projects for the global banking unit of SMBC. And if we might start with a question for you. SMBC obviously and you have been investing and financing clean energy projects for some time. If you could tell us about the growth of that as you see in the Asia Pacific region, how that compares to other markets, North America and Europe, and what do you see as the challenges in financing this extraordinary transition?
Oh, thank you very much. So I'm very much honored to be this session. And also, as firstly, the advertisement, SMBC should be one of the top green loan finance players in the world. So we are almost 6 to 7 billion we are supporting for the green loan to all the customers, not only Japan, but also other areas. So going to the investor basis. First of all, as Ian mentioned, there are so many investments for the green energy side. Almost 800 to 1,000 project green energy in the Asian and also Pacific areas. Also, maybe try to support this. Maybe almost 300 billion to 350 billion should be necessary. So how we try to support this kind of facilities? That should be the big challenges. Seeing the current status, almost 50% of the investors should be the government. Then maybe followed by the corporate companies, then finally private sectors. So most important part should be how we try to encourage private sectors to be support for these investment. So currently, I think that it's a very much positive situation for the Asia Pacific region. The reason is that alpha. Alpha means additional returns. It's really very difficult to in EMEA or the US, but Asia has a lot of the opportunities alpha. So that's, I think that's now currently a lot of the private equity, hedge fund, whatever, really focusing on the Asia should be the one of the opportunities there. So issue should be that maybe, so who are maybe the investors? First of all, the biggest one should be the private equity. They are surprisingly the 1.8 trillion US dollars dry powder. That means that's uncommitment capital. So maybe how we try to get the allocation for the certain level to the Asian market. Secondly, pension fund. Pension fund is a relatively long term, but their kind of the focus should be the governance and the management. So maybe different story, but again, once we had a very secure for the teams or the company, that should be the great opportunities. Lastly, that's high net worth. High net worth people normally really support for each of the countries. However, issue should be that there are not so much nice product. So how we try to be as a bank to support for these type of products. Again, these are the more like more pushing to these companies and financial investors to try to be allocated from the government investment to the private sectors. That should be the biggest challenges for us. Maybe as I should say, a couple of examples that KKR started for the Asian Infrastructure Fund twice, almost 8 billion. Macquarie also that's 5 billion for the same product. Also, that's Blackstone already said that 1/3 of their business should be located to the Asia. So I think that Asia should be now very nice opportunities. The flip side should be just how we try to provide the nice risk returns of the products, as well as maybe a strong green type of the businesses. So that's maybe a current status.
Thank you for those words, and we'll come back to some of the points that you mentioned. I next want to turn to Danielle Merfeld, who joins us here from GE, the renewable energy team there, where you are the Chief Technology Officer. So welcome, Danielle. I mean, GE obviously a key player in certainly on the technology and equipment side of the clean energy revolution. And in fact, I think GE probably has one of the broadest portfolios of renewable energy across onshore and offshore wind and solar, of course, and has been a big player in the fossil fuel industry in the lead up to that. What I would, I think it'd be interesting to hear from you is what you see as the big challenges with the supply chain, and we've been talking about supply chains over the last couple of days. From your perspective, sitting there in such an enviable position, what do you see as the big challenges with the supply chain, and whether investment and finance and the role it might play in assisting with that?
Thank you, Ian, and it's a pleasure to be here. I could give an answer that talks about a lot of the things I think we will cover around tight material access and challenges with respect to some of the technical solutions. I'm going to give a very pedantic answer first because it's an obvious and important one for us to all understand, and that is that supply chains cannot be strong when they are broken down and rebuilt every few years. So the consistency of the market demand and the ability for us to grow projects, build out supply chains, mature the players from small mom and pop companies giving us small components to large global players. One sharp example of where this goes wrong, and I'll use a wind example because of the beautiful image behind us, is in the US. And the GE renewable energy business, the US is our largest onshore wind market. Well, in the US, because there is this really cyclical government support vehicle, the production tax credit, when it's great, it's good, and when it's down, it's not good. So in the last 2 years, the wind industry contracted by 30% 2 years ago. This year it's contracting another 20%. There have been 5 blade manufacturing facilities closed in the last 18 months. That's really hard to now go back, even when there is the next round of government support. Having consistent market signals and being able to invest in a supply chain that can grow and mature and improve and reduce costs, it's very straightforward, and I think it's kind of finance 101 when it comes to securing a new industry or a growing industry, and that's something that we just have to get right. And that's just one example in the US, and that's just one technology and one product example. We can't afford to miss on any of the clean energy solutions, whether it's battery or solar or wind or grid technologies. When we build out at this scale, we have to be building out consistently year over year, not one step forward, 2 steps back.
Thanks, Danielle. And just as a follow-up there, how does GE prioritise a particular technology, given there is such a suite at your disposal there?
That's a good question. There's a lot of healthy debate. It's always data-driven, though, and I think it's a combination of where's the market opportunity greatest, and of course we have relationships with stakeholders, governments, customers, and frankly there's also a piece where can we be most differentiated. So we've been very lucky to pull in technology from other industries, whether it's healthcare or aviation, and use that within the energy business. Sometimes that gives us an extreme advantage that we want to exploit, and sometimes we've just been investing consistently. We've got a great idea, and that's something that gives us an edge. And those are typically those rise to the top.
Thank you for that. Next I'm going to turn to Hasmukh Patel, who joins us from Fiji. Hasmukh is the CEO of Energy Fiji, and I think you've been there since 1976, which is really quite something. There must be very little you don't know about that about the company. 51% owned by the Fijian government, and has the challenge, of course, of an island nation and dealing with the energy needs of as an island country, and one that's also facing some climate challenges, as we know. Fiji has a very ambitious transition target, 100% renewables by 2036. I wonder if we might start by you telling us about how you think Energy Fiji and the country will adapt to that, how it will meet that, and what might be some of the challenges along the way.
Thank you, Ian. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Australian government for inviting my chairman and myself to participate at this forum. Fiji, presently we have EFL supplies power to 4 islands in Fiji, and we have 5 separate power systems that manage that. In terms of the mix between renewable and fossil fuels, last year, especially when our borders were closed and the demand had actually come down, we did fairly well in terms of the mix, because we did 65% renewable and 35% fossil fuel. So we have good 40 to 50% to climb up, basically. Of course, on a yearly basis, there is a growth in demand, so we have to also cater for that. But presently, there is good potential for hydro development in Fiji, as well as solar farm. And as I speak, we are carrying out feasibility studies on at least 3 hydro projects, and it is likely that the feasibility studies will be completed by the end of this year. And we are also embarking on some 20 to 25 megawatts of solar PV in Fiji. What are the challenges? And of course, to evacuate power out of these hydro systems and all, we need to invest in the transmission and sub-transmission network as well. So all in all, very quickly, obviously, we need money to do all that, and we are a small island nation. So I did a quick calculation, and we're talking about good 1.3 to 1.4 billion US dollars in order to be able to carry out all these projects. So obviously, we need this funding over a period of, I would say, about 5 years to enable us to scale up the renewable energy ladder. And every year we do get cyclones in Fiji. I mean, that's not one single year when we do not get a cyclone. Some are very damaging, some perhaps are not as damaging, but you know, we cannot say that in any cyclone season we will not get a cyclone. So obviously it is important for Fiji to scale up the renewable energy ladder, and the challenges are basically we need to get finance perhaps on long-term basis, mean long-term loans at very attractive interest rates, and then we'll be able to go up the renewable energy ladder. Thank you.
Thank you. And just on that, I mean, the investment in energy infrastructure in Fiji, you know, much like Australia, ultimately ends up on consumers' bills if it's not paid for, you know, by a government and therefore, I guess, the taxpayer. I think you were saying that, you know, there's pressures and tensions on how much you can burden the Fijian energy consumer, and possibly more than other places. Does that mean you then got to look to a particular sort of lenders and financiers, not necessarily just the commercial banks, but people like ADB and others?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if private sector comes in and funds, obviously they will expect a return on the investment. But we're looking at institutions like ADB, World Bank, who can provide us with loans over a long term, 30, 40 years at very attractive interest rates. Already the government is subsidizing, I would say, 30 to 40,000 domestic customers on their first 100 units of electricity. So obviously you cannot just borrow money and ramp up the tariff rates, because you know it's a growing country and we cannot have very high rates for electricity because you won't be affordable. So therefore the options are basically either government has to increase its subsidy or we get loans on very attractive conditions.
Yes, indeed. Well, I'm sorry, as a domestic financier, the Clean Energy Finance Corporation can't help you, but I'm sure we can encourage others to do so. It's interesting, at the CEFC, we, you know, as a government financier, we're trying to fill market gaps like ADB and others, and with transmission, we have been investing here in Australia in transmission, and you know, the government obviously have here in Australia ambitions to establish the Rewiring the Nation Corporation, another $20 billion that they're looking at investing and financing the grid, which is obviously such a big problem here in Australia. Turning back to you, Nobuyuki, if I could, we've heard a lot about hydrogen over the last couple of days. You know, it's been a conversation that's been around a long time, but of course, it's really coming into its own. And we heard the Japanese Energy Agency yesterday, and also what a terrific relationship there will be, I think, over coming years between Australia and Japan, particularly, you know, Australia's ability to generate green hydrogen and potentially export it. We're trying to partner, of course, on many fronts with you in Japan. From your unique perspective as a financier, I wonder if you had some thoughts about green hydrogen, financing that, and challenges that might come with it.
That's a very nice question because as still hydrogen, I think it's a very possible kind of the renewable energies in the future. However, it takes another maybe a few years to up to the maybe 10 years or so. So as a banks for the lending, I think this is very challenging because these days as a governance or the maybe it's a government is so tough for the various kind of uncertainty to the lending. So as a maybe as we have to follow the maybe government situation. However, I think there's a lot of the investment opportunities for that areas. So still as maybe firstly as a government, which your companies, as well as maybe as trading companies such as Mitsui or the Mitsubishi or whatever. And furthermore, that's maybe it's our bank has a certain level of investment. But again, still that is very small. So it's maybe, I think the best way is to try to collaborate each other for the ECA finances, as well as government support, together with bank support for the finances, as maybe guaranteed by the government. I think that should be the most easiest way to try to make it happen.
Yes, but I think private sector financiers in the hydrogen sector will be looking for off-take contracts, particularly from from highly rated or in fact government off-takers. So I think that in some cases will be something that future financiers will be looking for. Danielle, critical minerals, Australia is of course very optimistic about its future as a provider of critical minerals and rare earths, and we've heard a lot over the last couple of days about that. So essential to getting us to net zero. I'm wondering if you might have some thoughts on how do we optimise, or in GE's case, how do you optimise access to those critical minerals and to make sure that we are going to reach the targets that we are so desperate to do so?
Yeah, that's a good question because there is, and we've talked about it already in the last day, the significant amount of critical materials needed for this transition, 3 billion tons of these materials by 2050. And that sounds like a lot, but considering we're extracting 3 billion tons of fossil fuels every 10 weeks, but it's different, it's more visible, they're rare enough that they're widely spread in some sense. But the way that we're addressing that, well, first of all, is there's efficiency. How can we use less? And when we don't need to use it, or can we bring technology and innovation to using the minimum amount, or designing magnets that put the rare earth materials exactly where the magnetic capabilities are needed and nowhere else? Technology will always be advancing efficiencies. Then there's supply chain relationships. And just yesterday we signed, I was really excited to come as part of the bilateral agreements that the US and Australia signed. We followed up between the GE Renewables business and Arafura, mining company here in Australia, with an MOU to secure our ability to get some of these critical materials that are specifically important for offshore wind generation. So actually materials that go in the magnets, the permanent magnets that are part of our offshore wind generators. And one of our Haliade-X wind turbines, each one uses over 8,000 kilograms of this kind of material. So this is a significant, important part of our supply chain strategy. And I'll just say one more thing, because with an innovative mindset, you always have to be thinking one step ahead. At some point, we're going to want to innovate so that we don't use rare earth materials in some of our applications. At some point, we'll have a large enough offshore wind turbine that we could potentially use superconducting generators with no rare earth materials. But by then, perhaps our onshore wind turbines will be large enough that we're going to need this flow of rare earths to secure for our onshore wind business. So being able to chart the course for access today and see a path where we're creating a different solution for that same problem is part of this multi-year, multi-decade strategy for our resource access.
Thank you for that. I should say that we are going to go to the floor with some questions after a few more from the panel from me. So please do have a think about some questions, particularly around the finance and investment side of the clean energy transition. Hasmukh, just back to you. We've the climate challenge we've been seeing here in Australia, of course, over the last couple of years, fires, floods, and so on. And in Fiji, of course, you're very prone to cyclones. I wonder if you might tell us about the climatic challenge that Fiji's facing, how that might be affecting your rollout of renewables.
Yes, as I said earlier, I'd just like to clarify one more thing. Ian did mention that Energy Fiji Limited is 51% owned by the government. I'd like to just advise the forum here that a Japanese consortium consisting of Chugoku Electric Power and JBIC out of Japan, that consortium, they bought a 44% stake in Energy Fiji Limited. And the remaining 5% is the non-voting shareholders which have been given free to the domestic account holders of Energy Fiji Limited. So that's basically how the company is built up of the shareholders. Cyclones is a reality. Most of our power system or transmission and distribution network, we have around 11,000 kilometers. And primarily, it is all overhead. So obviously, there is a challenge that when cyclones do come, most of that network goes down. And it's a huge task to rebuild that network at a huge cost. Now, obviously, there are, theories that, we should underground that network. Now, it's not easy to underground that network because, it'll come at a huge cost. And there's no additional revenue that is generated out of doing that. All you're trying to do is protect it, from getting damaged during cyclones. So it is a challenge, and but this is something we have to face up with. As soon as we come towards December, we know we are in the cyclone season, and we just pray that, we'll get a lot of rain, but not the winds, as I say. Because we need the rain to actually run our hydros and maximize on our renewable energy portfolio. But, when we get a lot of winds during cyclones, obviously, that's when the overhead transmission and distribution network comes down. The other thing I just like to mention is that most of our circuits, the T&D circuits, are radial. That means we don't have a lot of redundancy built in there. Now, because we don't have we have some level of redundancy, but at the transmission network, we don't have redundancy. So during a cyclone, if the transmission line gets affected, then we are totally cut off from our hydropower plants. And that makes it very difficult actually to supply our customers purely depending on the fossil fuels. And therefore, we'd like to build redundancy in the transmission network side as well, because these days the customers are very demanding. I mean, gone are the days in the 80s when we used to have cyclones, the customers were very, very, shall I say, patient. These days you could have a cyclone tonight and next morning people are demanding for power supply. So it's a total different set of customers, especially, with mobile phones and computers, people want the power supply. And therefore we need to build some level of redundancy in order to be able to have alternative methods of supplying. And that's going to cost us a lot of money. But way forward, we will have to bring about redundancy. And as I said earlier, we need money to do that, and we'll have to approach finances so that we do get attractive loans and attractive conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's right. Good Wi-Fi and uninterrupted power, so the most important things, it seems, out there. So going to open it up now to the floor to see if people would like to ask the panel some questions. Jennifer?
I think one of the challenges on the financing front is actually how do you continue to finance fossil fuel industries, because as they're going through transition. So if all the finance just moves to clean energy and there's no way for fossil fuel companies to actually adapt and change and manage the transition, that's going to create some other big problems in the system. Just interested in the panel's views on that.
It's a very good question.
So maybe I will start as, first of all, that's, as you know, that's these days for the shareholder meeting, so many NGOs comes. So sometimes very nice agendas, sometimes really, really aggressive. So why you are doing for the coal mining, whatever. So in reality, that's then, as you know, that's Japan studied for the transition in finance. That should be the very nice ideas for us, because that's, EU is a very much kind of the rigid, so green or nothing. However, Japan tried to be step by step. I believe that is similar to the United States. So that's, I think, maybe the coal should be coming back to the maybe LNG, and then more kind of clean energies. That should be the maybe steps which we are trying to do. So I think that's maybe still transition finance, transitional bond should be only $5 billion US dollars. The reason why that's maybe the EU and Japan should be little kind of need more consensus. But I think it's Japan has maybe it's a GDP is 31% should be the manufacturing company, as well as Asia should be 37%. So it's definitely important for the call to the step-by-step to the up to the LNG. So I think that's maybe way. So again, that's, as far as I know, that's so a couple of the companies for the shareholding. So maybe it takes almost 1.5 hours for the NGOs, maybe try to be defenses. So I think that's maybe it has to be more like showing the certain level of the futures. So I think that's maybe way.
Thank you for that. Danielle, I don't know if you got some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I think one of the things that we benefit from being a broad energy company across GE is that we have both fossil and renewable and grid assets that all have to work together in this energy ecosystem. So when we've gone to partners and customers, they know that as we're, for example, if there's a coal retirement, it might be a great opportunity to add renewables to the grid. However, it might also be in certain reasons why you can't do that or can't do enough of it to cover the need of that retirement. And therefore, you would want to replace it with something lower carbon. And gas is a great opportunity, especially when you can decarbonize that gas through either hydrogen fuels or mix of hydrogen in the fuel or decarbonization through carbon capture. The most important thing is not to let perfect be the enemy of the good. And if we're in a position to have a relatively unbiased offering and partner with the customer, I think we've been able to showcase where we've been able to make the case where fossil fuels is a better option than not when renewables or a zero carbon approach isn't on the table. So that's easier to do under one roof because we're just one company. We as a community need to figure out how to do that better so that we don't retain these very high polluting, very high carbon intensive processes when we could move down the carbon ladder because we don't want to do anything unless it's perfect.
Yeah, I think that's a very good observation. And we see that even in our work, we see that from time to time, people transitioning from coal to gas and achieving some very substantial carbon emission savings. And I think if people are reluctant to support or invest that, then as you say, that may be the people's kind of standing in the way of some sort of sensible transition there. I'm going to see if there's some other questions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lin Lu from the Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization. I'm going to ask a question that's sort of on the opposite extreme of what Jennifer just asked. I mean, we heard about climate action financing for renewable energy projects. My question has to do with a first-of-a-kind project. Who's going to finance this, right? I mean, I think we're dealing with a very compressed timeline for this energy transition. And so this chicken and egg question needs to be answered. We can't afford to wait for off-takers before we invest in fuel production. We can't wait for fuel production to be at scale before we invest in zero carbon emission ships. Like, how do we unlock that cycle with the first of a kind? So in our specific case, we're looking at bunkering terminals for new fuels. But new fuels aren't available today, but the bunkering terminals is going to take probably a decade to build. So how do we think about this financing?
That's a very good question, and I'm happy to maybe kick it off as a government-sponsored investor in the clean energy sector. And I think, from my perspective, I think that's really very often is the government's role in these technologies where, and it's not just returnable capital, it's not just debt and equity. As we know, at the very forefront of the development of those technologies, you very often need grant funding, R&D. And Australia, of course, has the benefit of ARENA, who I know are represented here today, another agency of the Commonwealth Government that invest in those very early stage technologies that aren't yet commercial, don't have, there might be pilot plants, there's no contracting for what they're producing. And then they kind of move a bit further along the spectrum, and people like the CEFC. And that's our role, is to take those sort of early stage risks that others won't. And you might lose some money, you might get lucky, but the private sector, I think, and it is a question of risk, has always still has their risk-reward equation that they want to achieve. I don't think the private sector for a minute in it, the trillions that we're talking about coming into this transition is giving anyone a free kick. So I think it is an important role for government. maybe some thoughts from the panel on that.
Yeah, I think it's the same situation. I think new technologies, unfortunately, still needs more scale, try to be economic-wise, to be maybe the same as gasoline prices. So I think how the government or the ECAs or the many other maybe the members, especially for the quasi-government, has to be support each other. And then after that, maybe then opportunity may comes for the maybe starting for the, oh, that should be another nice ideas for the new technologies that come to the more like corporate investors, whatever. So I think biggest one should be the financial investors. Differently, as you mentioned, so the financial investor has to be the risk-reward basis point. So I think that they are relatively very maybe long. So in that sense, so far, first maybe the few years has to be the government related. And then once business looks very kind of possible, then government maybe drop out. And then private sector try to be jump into maybe the facilities. That's maybe the situation.
I'll just add, I think it's important to differentiate between first-of-a-kind R&D and first-of-a-kind demonstration or industrialization. I think governments around the world have done a fantastic job of funding R&D. I haven't seen one yet that doesn't know the importance of that and understand to invest across academics, industry, collaborations at all levels. It's that industrial scale-up that is the challenge. In the US, the Department of Energy has now launched a new Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations. That's a really good news. They also got quite a lot of money supporting behind it. That's also good news. The bad news is they have to hire about 1,000 people to be able to administer these funds, which takes time. And we don't have a lot of time. And this administration doesn't have a lot of time. So with everything good, there's this urgency of how to deliver on it. So I think that is what I hope in a year I'll be able to look back and say, we're on track. We're going to have a facilitization of these clean energy demonstrations, which are hundreds of millions of dollars. They're those big demonstrations of something that's an industrial scale for the industry to get value from. And we also have to, I think, as a society and taxpayers, accept that they won't all work. And if they do all work, we're not doing enough of them. Because 1 out of 5 works, and you pull in a technology and a capability by a decade, that will pay for all of the losses of those attempts. That's not something that we are used to. But the urgency of this challenge, I think, forces us to think differently. But that's a great question that I think we should all be grappling with how to solve together.
Thanks, Danielle. Question from Mr. Patel.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Look, my question is really resonates from the panel, of course, from the CEO of Fiji Energy as well. Pacific is quite vulnerable to climate change. We all know with the changes in climate, countries like Tuvalu, Kiribati may not even exist in another couple of decades. Land are being swamped by sea around the lower coastal areas of Fiji. Thousands of people are being displaced. It's a reality, and Pacific are crying for government agencies, international agencies for funding for infrastructure. And I just had a distinguished speaker from German government, and he brought a very interesting viewpoint that, you know, we'll just get on with our jobs and then ask for regulations, bodies, and them to approve subsequently. And it is about the sense of agency. Is there really a sense of agency from the international financing corporations, from developed countries and countries represented here today, to actually do what they are saying and showing some courage of conviction by moving away the barriers and allowing the actions to take place? I see that is a real problem at the moment.
I don't know whether you want to say anything about that, Hasmat.
Yeah, I think Chairman Patel made a right point that the Pacific Island nations are affected by cyclones and timely funding. Like, for example, let me give you another example. We lost 2 years, basically, as a result of COVID. And obviously, Fiji and the other Pacific Island nations remember that all equipment that is used in the production of electricity comes from abroad. And all contractors, EPC contractors that you bring in to install power stations or transmission lines, they also come from abroad. So basically, you know, the supply chain has been badly affected. So I know how Fiji is getting affected as a result of the supply chain issues. So obviously, in the 2 years now, once the ramp-up has started, our demand has started to increase. Now, obviously, we're doing feasibility with hydro and all of that. It's going to take time. So the demand is going up. So what do? That means we have to say, okay, we still have to go for fossil fuels or perhaps LNG or LPG. So we're doing a study right now to see if we had to install immediately within the next 2 years 50 megawatts of capacity, which is the best option amongst these three, because the hydros and all is going to take more time. Once the feasibility will take at least 5 years in Fiji, it'll take time to get the right EPC contractors and all the equipment with all the supply chain issues. It's going to take time. So I don't think you can quickly jump overnight and say, we're going to go into renewables. It's going to take time because the technology, the people to do it, the equipment takes time. Of course, it requires funding. Obviously, the LNG and all, we're doing a study right now to see which is the best way to go. But it's not easy, but I think what my chairman just made a point is very important, that the international finance organizations need to seriously consider whether they are prepared to help so that we are able to transition to renewable energy to save our Pacific Island nations.
No, thank you for that. And maybe just an observation on that. Investing in energy generation projects and assets like wind, solar, and hydrogen production all have obvious business models, whereas much of the infrastructure around climate resilience, sea walls, and protection for island nations, they are just infrastructure. They don't necessarily come with a revenue model. They don't have a business case in that sense. So they do need to be funded by government. So it's not as straightforward as some of the other technologies or some of the other clean energy challenges that we've been talking about over the last couple of days. Okay, we've still got a little bit more time for a couple more questions from the floor. If Alan, thank you.
So I'd like the panel to predict the future over the next few years. We've come off a decade and a half, or nearly 2 decades, of incredibly low interest rates. And renewable generation, solar and wind, is all capital and hardly any running costs. And now we're going to go into an era of increased interest rates, which will, I think, I'm not a financier, but directly impact the cost of these new projects. I'd like your anticipation of what's going to happen to the financeability and the LCOE, the delivered electricity costs, in a world of potentially much higher interest rates.
Thanks, Alan.
So that's maybe current status. So maybe Wall Street Journal mentions that due to the supply chain maybe disruption, as well as the interest rate going up, labor costs going up also, maybe the facility or maybe the whatever, maybe cement, whatever, is also expensive. So almost 7 times bigger than before. That is their kind of maybe analysis. So unfortunately, the supply chain maybe takes long time to be back to the normal scale. Rather, maybe try to be more like individual, more kind of the country by country transaction. So I think that's unfortunately that should be the biggest challenges for that moment. So especially for the area for the labor, and also unfortunately interest rates also. So again, these are the maybe damaging for the maybe back to the maybe 1 year, 2 years ago.
Danielle?
So I will predict that LCOE won't matter as much in a decade. I'll be provocative on purpose because that makes this fun, right? Part of that is because I think there's a lot of innovation at the cusp of greatness that will reduce labor. There's going to be much more automation and much more industrialization of manufacturing, especially for large components in wind, towers and blades, things that take a lot of logistics. They are creating a lot of risk and quite a lot of labor. And the reason why I don't think LCOE will matter as much isn't because we won't continue to see cost reductions. It's because the amount of cost that is due to generation is going to continue to reduce. And even now, the significant portion of our energy costs for a consumer are based on transmission and distribution, not on generation. So these project costs and the ability for us to manage to continue to reduce LCOE actually matter less and less. And the real challenge, the answer that I would love to give, is that we have found a solution in the next 5 years to 10 years most, to be able to really easily plug and play for grid integration, because that is going to be the primary challenge from a power generation, especially in the renewables sector where we have variable renewable energy, and we also have to see these transformations simultaneously of how the grid operates, the physics of how the grid works, and the market conditions the grid operates under. But I don't think that LCOE will be our biggest hurdle.
Thank you for that. Jennifer, one last question.
Just want to ask you about pension funds. And, you know, Australia has a huge endowment of superannuation. Canada has a massive pension fund. Where do you see these sorts of funds entering into this system, who have got more patient capital potentially, a little bit more government sort of oversight? How do you see that playing out? Because we haven't talked about that this morning, and they're a very, very big source of capital, particularly in countries like Australia and Canada.
I think it's a pension fund. So again, in Japan is also one of the biggest GPIF is there. And then they start transition for the green energies. But again, so pension funds are long-term, maybe the players, as well as they are worried about, again, something bad happen. So that's basically, that's, as I mentioned, that's, so it's a pension fund definitely focus on the governance and strong management. And then, to be honest, that's a strong management and governance already supporting for the ESG. So that's basically, that's people say, that's, oh, ESG is try to expand, of course. But again, governance and management is strong. Then these companies should be really, really growing. They are trying to be take care of already for the ESG. So I think that's maybe the direction which I think we see in the GPIF.
And just from the Australian perspective, absolutely, Jennifer, the superannuation sector here in Australia, which is in excess of $2 trillion, is the holy grail in some respects for marshalling that capital and investing it into the clean energy transition. We're seeing a lot of it already, very motivated industry super funds here in Australia, particularly with memberships that you know, align with you know, environmental investment. One of the challenges that I find, and we've done quite a bit at the CFC of bringing institutional capital like that into projects, is the very big ones you know, don't do a whole lot direct unless it's a very, very substantial transaction. And they, you know, they want to kind of go into a fund as an intermediary because they like that diversification and a bit more liquidity. So it's sort of matching those enormous pools of capital that we have as you know, our pension funds here in Australia into projects. The other thing that is a bit of a challenge is, you know, quite understandably, they're quite risk averse. Because they're dealing with members' you know, money, and you know, they only want to take an appropriate risk for the return. And some of these projects are going to take you know, we're going to have to sort of take a big deep breath and build out a big you know, hydrogen electrolyser project, and it will go for years, and there will be challenges with it. So we're going to have to, in some ways, I think, shape the thinking of that, you know, superannuation sector to be prepared to take a few risks, and I know, you know, that'll only be a portion of their capital. So I think risk is the other thing that we're sort of working with the certainly with the Australian institutional capital sector. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I feel like we could have gone for you know, 4 ages. Can you put your hands together to thank my panel? Thank you.
And put your hands together for Ian. That was just such an accessible, down-to-earth, and really, I think, very practical session to kick off what we do want to get to with some of the nitty-gritty. So thank you so much, Ian and the panellists. Again, thank you. All right, we have one more panel before lunch. Just a reminder too, of course, that the Japanese Energy Minister will be joining us at lunch, as well as our guest from Egypt. We're now going to be looking at well-functioning markets, Clearly, we've got a way to go before we get them functioning well at this point, before we even get them established in a meaningful way so that they are diverse and resilient. It's a delight to have with us Anthony Roediger. He's the managing partner of BCG Australia and New Zealand. He is going to be coming up with his panel. He replaces Rich Lesso, who had very much wanted to be with us, Rich from BCG Australia as well, but unfortunately he met with a bit of an accident and he's going through some surgery, so we're very delighted to have Anthony with us. So please welcome our next panel.
Well, thank you very much, and Rich does pass on his regards from intensive care, but he's doing fine. I'm Ant Roediger, Managing Partner of BCG locally, and I'd like to introduce a fantastic panel on this topic of well-functioning markets. And you heard Danielle in the previous session say, yes, we can talk about financing, but financing needs to build on the top of well-functioning markets. And so I think very useful today. So welcome first to Vaishali Sinha, Chief Sustainability Officer of Renew Power, which you heard yesterday, India's largest renewable power company, but also Chair of the Renew Foundation, managing the just transition in relation to parts of the Indian energy sector. Hugh Mackay, next to her, Chief Economist at BHP, obviously part of the supply of some of the minerals that are essential to electrification and the clean energy supply chain, but also supply some of the minerals and ores that are in need of new processes for a clean energy future. And to his left, Tatsuya Yasunaga, Chair and former CEO of Mitsui & Co., part of one of the largest conglomerates in the world, bringing many years of experience in trading and investing that are relevant to how we think about markets here. But I thought I'd start first just a comment about markets. There are many different types of markets, so I don't want to conflate them. There are the end markets for energy and electricity. There are the markets for the inputs and the supply and the minerals and so on. And then there are the financial markets that sit on top of those that allow both for the funding but also the flexibility of managing things. And they're at very different stages of development. So we'll hear about renewable and solar and wind in a minute, but all the way through to immature markets of hydrogen and ammonia that people have talked about. And second, and Hugh will talk about this, market architecture is a thing in and of itself. It doesn't just happen. It requires actors and players to determine things. But markets are critical for demand signals, and each of us have a part to play in setting those. So BCG in our net zero emissions, that means sustainable aviation fuel because that is 99% of our emissions. How do we put demand signals out there for the industry to respond? But that also supply markets, so the liquidity and the ability for transparency to provide signals to the suppliers of things. And then lastly, we heard this morning from the ISO about standards and traceability. And I think one of the advantages of a forum like this is that between the companies and the countries that are present, there is a huge opportunity to set the standards, to try and then refine those standards that will enable the markets across the Indo-Pacific. And then the digital tools, the artificial intelligence, the blockchain type things that will underpin those markets. So we might touch on those as we go. But I wondered first, Vaishali, if we can turn to you in the sense of solar and wind renewables are some of the more developed markets, but you need to massively scale those up both in India and across the Indo-Pacific. What are some of the challenges you see there? And then managing the transition out of coal particularly that goes along with that.
Sure, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction and moderating this very important session. Before I go to the challenges, I just want to say that, You know, it's, we started 10 years ago, a little bit over 10 years ago in India. And at that time, we wanted to start as a wind energy generator. And nobody in India, whether it was regulators, whether it was investors, even understood how could this be a business model. This is about 2010, 11. Because, you know, we had turbines in India which stood there for high net worth investors to invest in. And nobody could even fathom that this would become a viable business model. From then to now, we generate about 1% of India's electricity requirements. So that is one. And, so it's been a journey. What were the challenges? The challenges, of course, first of all, are funds. As Alan just mentioned, this whole area is very capital intensive, and you do need the backing of investors. If you don't have the capital, you need that. And the most competitive, kind of capital to be able to grow. You need policymakers to understand the requirements and come up with policies and have the agility to be able to pivot and accelerate because, we all know we have only so much time. And, if we don't take action now, if we're not able to, entrepreneurs like us, grow our business model at a certain pace, and many other, entrepreneurs and players out there, we are not going to make it. It reminds me a little bit of the Formula One race where you have a certain amount of time to change the tires, and typically I think it's about 2 seconds you get to do it right, but there's a huge amount of ecosystem management which goes into making those 2 seconds effective. We have very little time to get to 1.5 degrees centigrade, and 2 degrees is not going to work. When I look at what we are doing now in India, we are at about 1/3 of what we should be doing with respect to the targets we have for 2030. We should be generating about 30 gigawatts year on year. We are at 10 gigawatts. So we have to accelerate. And for that, we need funding, we need policy, agility, as I said, and innovation. Honestly, I don't think it's a one-way direction. Whether it is ESG investments, etc., we look at the disruptions in supply chain, and cost may go up, but may come down in the long term, but there have to be investors, etc., who are going to support that long-term versus short-term view. It's difficult to take a long-term view when you have short-term expectations. So I'll pause there for a second, but those are my initial thoughts and challenges.
No, that's fantastic. And if those are the challenges with a more mature sector, I wonder if, Yasu, we could pass to you. You've had a lot of experience over the years, with the LNG market, with other various markets that have built up over time and across Asia. What are your thoughts about how we start to develop markets for the less mature end of the spectrum, the hydrogens and the ammonias and so on?
Thank you, Anthony. When we look back the 50 years history of development of LNG market, remember what Mr. Terazawa explained yesterday. First cargo was delivered back in '69 to Japan, and LNG was utilized to address very local or regional requirements till major US LNG facilities came on stream in the last decade. So still 80% of cargoes or the destination is in the Pacific area. Very regional energy sources. But because of Ukraine situation now, Germany will start import of LNG quite significantly. Even before that, because of US LNG availability, Pacific Basin trade became bigger than before in the last decades. So now 20% destination of the LNG cargo is Europe, and it will be bigger after LNG receiving terminals will be built in Germany. Major takeaways from the lessons from our LNG history. First, initially, very strict take-or-pay commitment was required by the financial community to raise funds, because it involves a significant, gigantic capital expenditure, and they want to make sure sufficient cash flow can be secured. Another strict term is a destination clause. Oil-producing countries try to impose those destination clauses to control the market. Virtually, we were not allowed to resell the cargo to somebody else other than Japanese. So we have to, take and fire those LNG in Japanese power station or distribution of city gas network. But when Northwest Shelf came on stream in Karaza, West Australia, in 1989, more flexible terms were introduced. So these days, we have certain volume with very strict terms and conditions, while we have very flexible cargoes as well. This is very important to create a flexible and resilient market for new energy resources, including hydrogen, ammonia, or methanol. And another important thing is infrastructure. Infrastructure including liquefaction facilities, logistics, transportation, storage, and distribution. As far as we know, methanol and ammonia have become globally tradable commodities. So from my viewpoint, it's easier to start with blue or green ammonia, methanol, rather than hydrogen. While we need to make efforts to create local demand, hydrogen can be locally used in any part of the world. This is a difference, what we saw at the very beginning of LNG sales, because hydrogen can be a unique resource for any part of the world, and local consumption can be aggregated, and then we may possibly introduce more commercial size logistics or trading of hydrogen.
That's fantastic. And I think that notion of a step-by-step development of the markets was brought up in the previous conversation, that I guess the difference here is we have a collective global aspiration at the size and the scale of the market. So I think the question will be how we can make bigger steps and faster steps, but it's still going to be steps. So Hugh, I wonder if we can turn to you. You deal with both highly commoditized markets. You've got a background in government and finance before BHP as well. How do we think about these newer markets, critical minerals, and concepts of liquidity and flexibility there?
Okay, thank you very much. And before I do that, I might actually leverage off some of Yasu's wisdom with respect to the LNG market. That market is 50 years old. It is still evolving. We actually think there's actually considerable evolution ahead of the LNG market. Part of that is because market structures are stagnant for long periods of time, and then either crisis or opportunity generates a step change and you move to a different market trading regime. LNG, I think, is a good example of that. But LNG, you can say, is actually quite an immature market still in terms of some legacy contracting structures that exist in that market. So it gives you a sense of the time periods that you need if you want to drive change organically in a market. But it's very easy to be displeased with markets, particularly when they're volatile. And I'm reminded of Winston Churchill's quote with respect to democracy. He argued that democracy is the worst system of government with the exception of all the other systems that have been tried. You can say that markets are the very worst way of allocating resources, except for all of the other systems that have been tried. And I think at this moment, it's very easy to look at markets and to be displeased with them. We have to have a very open-eyed and self-aware view of what the alternative is and understand it is not superior to the market mechanism, despite how much it might displease us in the moment. What do we look for in markets? We look for transparent, fundamentally driven price discovery. That's the first thing that we're looking for. And if that price discovery is timely, that is even better. We got fundamental price discovery in the uranium market over the course of the 2010s, but it took 8 years from the Fukushima disaster to the trough in the uranium price. That is price discovery. It is not timely. It comes directly back to the mechanisms by which the bilateral trade in uranium was negotiated. It's price discovery, but timely price discovery. Markets also need to be open. They need to be accessible. Everyone needs to be welcome. The broader the tent, the better, to ensure that that price discovery is available and is timely. Leveraging that is diverse participation. Different parts of the value chain, different motivations for being in the market, and be very clear, this is not just about a primary producer and an end user or a consumer. Trading companies, such as Mitsui, they have been very, very important market enablers of growth historically, because they do some of the customer discovery that the primary producer, who is trying to stick to their knitting, may be unable to do. And trading companies, physical trading companies, have a critical role to play in market maturation, as do, on occasions, the financialization of markets and the bringing in of financial signals into markets in commodities which are not naturally transactionally dense. Now, your market is transactionally dense. Power markets are. Critical minerals, these are not transactionally dense markets. They are small. Even a larger size market, such as the market for metallurgical coal, is 300 million tonnes. On average, there is one transaction per day moving that 300 million tonnes. The copper market is 20 million tonnes. Copper is going to be the backbone of electrification. It is tiny relative to some of the conventional markets that have driven our energy systems up to today. And it's transactionally dense markets move quicker. Those where transactions are irregular, they have less opportunity to learn and discover. We also want transaction costs to not just be low, we want transaction costs to be trivial. And that's also hard to do in small markets. And we want markets to clear efficiently. And part of that efficient clearing is understanding where that needs to happen physically, and that is where you look for your benchmark price. And LNG is an interesting example here. This market has evolved to service principally Japanese gas demand and Japanese energy security. Where does that market physically clear today? It clears with European storage, because that is actually where the spare capacity is. When the LNG market was in distress under the pandemic, where did the excess cargoes go? They got stored in Western Europe. They weren't, it doesn't actually clear in Asia, even though the majority of the demand is in Asia. And this is some of the unpredictability of how markets will actually evolve over time. And if you have all of these things, you've got an opportunity to establish the one thing on which markets absolutely need to thrive. That is trust. Markets without trust will not prosper. And the opposite of all of these characteristics is where trust evaporates. So how do you set up a situation where trust builds on itself in a virtuous circle versus going in the opposite direction? That is a challenge. But one of the things which is individually rational for a player in the critical mineral space, and as an unintended consequence is pushing against establishing these criteria, is the trend towards vertical integration. Backward in the supply chain or forward in the supply chain. Because the more transactions that you bring within the perimeter of the firm, the less transparent information you are providing to the marketplace, in inverted commas. And so the amount of transparency which emerges in these markets is negatively related to the degree of vertical integration which happens in the value chain. So we need to be, once again, self-aware and wide-eyed about that. And bilaterally negotiated markets suffer from asymmetries of information, and there's less trust in those markets than in more open ones. So I know I've probably spoken a little too long, so I'm going to bring this to a conclusion by talking about different tiers of markets. There are the highly financialized mega markets, like oil. There are exchange-traded commodities like copper, which have very, very high levels of financial participation, exchange settlement, physical warehousing, very transparent. I don't think we need to do too much around thinking about how copper is transacted. The next level down, there are assessment markets, like iron ore. LNG is partly an assessment market, but it's also a bilaterally negotiated market where some customers are considering doing spot LNG, but most are still more comfortable with leveraging off another market in terms of a Brent slope. And so I'd put markets which leverage off others, which are adjacent to them, the lowest level of sophistication, and I'd put LNG in that category. But it's this middle area where I think critical minerals have got their first step of evolution to come. We need more price reporting agencies to engage as assessors of where prices are to provide that transparent information about where lithium carbonate and lithium hydroxide are actually transacting. We've seen some of that. We've seen exchange-traded contracts built up. We still, I think, need to establish more closely where the clearing markets are going to be and what currency that clearing market is naturally denominated in and how comfortable we are with that, and what degree of financialization we think is reasonable for critical minerals as they evolve. Because there is nothing worse than a financialized commodity market that looks like a one-way bet. It will become expensive very quickly, and it will all be held by investors. It will not be held by end users. That's something we should caution against. We don't want to turn critical minerals into risk-on, risk-off assets that are traded on a daily basis. And I think the EUA market, the European allowances, is kind of in that territory right now. So I'll stop there and I'll hand back to you.
Fantastic. And I'm going to turn to questions from the audience in about 30 seconds, so please do have them ready. One comment there, Hugh, on the vertical integration point, because I think sometimes companies are vertically integrated and that provides less transparent information to the market. Other times companies are vertically integrating because sufficiently open, stable and reliable markets don't exist, and it's a response. And so there, if we can create more robust, more open, more stable, more reliable markets across the Indo-Pacific, that allows companies to make a different choice, which is to engage across the value chain in a way that can manage volatility, not be at risk of it.
Do you mind if I respond to that quickly?
Very quickly, and then we'll go to audience questions.
Yes. So what Anthony's described is what I call a low-level equilibrium trap in markets, which gets back to transaction costs. The transaction costs are high, so volumes are low, but volumes are low because the transaction costs are high, and it keeps spinning in this circular motion and nothing ever happens. Absolutely a possibility. And this dynamic occurs across the world. And this low-level trap is a real possibility in terms of the rate at which markets evolve in critical minerals.
So, questions from the audience for our panel?
Tatsuya Teruzawa from Japan. I have a question to Yasunaga-san. You talked about the history of LNG, I think, which is very important. But the development of the LNG market was led by the Japanese power companies and the city gas providers. They have the long-term vision, they make the long-term commitment, they absorb the relatively high cost compared with oil. But at the time, in the 70s and 80s and 90s, they were heavily regulated. They had the guaranteed return for their investment, so they could afford to do that. But just like many countries, Japan has liberated the power market and the city gas markets. So as a result, they are looking for the short-term return. And probably this is the same with other countries. So when we are talking about the hydrogen or ammonia, who will be able to make that kind of long-term commitment in spite of the relatively more expensive cost? It's not just a question for Japan. Probably it's a question for many other countries who are considering the introduction of hydrogen ammonia. It's a difficult question, but we cannot, I believe that without anything in place, we cannot repeat the success of LNG under the current market condition for the power and city gas.
Thank you, Terazawa-san. Apparently, we have to more sensitive to the affordability of the region, even including Japan. So what we are aiming to do is first, to the extent possible, term contract of LNG to secure relatively competitive price can be offered. Also, in the area of blue ammonia, we are now working with major fertilizer companies or agricultural companies. Here in Australia, we are working with West farmers to produce blue ammonia by way of installing carbon capture and storage system in our gas wells. There's a certain demand in agricultural sector to lower the carbon emission in utilization of fertilizer. So ammonia can be produced, if I recall well, 300 million tons per annum, and only 10% is tradable now. All the others are consumed domestically. But we may possibly increase these blue ammonia production so that partially it will be used as a co-incineration in coal-fired power plants in this region particularly. Because you mentioned yesterday coal-fired power plants here in the Pacific region are generally young enough to they will generate base load power. So it is still indispensable for the economic growth of the region. But we have to make utmost efforts to reduce or lower the carbon emission to the extent possible by way of introducing co-incineration of blue ammonia or biochip, those wood chips. Those kind of efforts can be made with the assistance of the governments of each country in the region.
That's great. Vaishali, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about, you haven't relied on regulated returns, you're taking bets. What gives you the confidence to build ahead of immediate demand?
Yeah. Let me just kind of take a step back. What gives us confidence to take this risk? And, I'll kind of segue into a bigger picture sort of commitment and mission we all have. We are all here. We have to protect this earth for the next generation, for which I think what we are doing, which is clean energy, is at the heart of it. And I don't think it's a choice anymore. And so, we are committed to take the risk because we believe this is a must. It's a requirement. Building and facilitating the use of renewable energy is a must for every country. I think investors are there, are waiting to provide capital for its growth. So it's just about how efficiently you can deploy it. And so we are willing to take the risk. We are looking to innovate so that we can bring costs down. We are looking for, using the digital opportunities which exist, the fourth industrial revolution, which is really bringing not only cost down, increasing productivity, and hence making, new business ideas viable. And hence we're taking risks. So, we talk about hydrogen, we talk about storage. I think it's just a question of multiple stakeholders coming together. And, it's not going to be a unilateral exercise. It's about research, it's about technology, it's about partnerships, it's about collaborations. All of these things, and we do all of it. And, in the past decade, we have been looking at, research centers. We have been looking at innovation and financing. We came out with the first most innovative green bond in India. Innovating in finance, in technology. We had World Economic Forum identify, renewables as an area where, a new way of recognition for the work we were doing with respect to digitalization, and so we were recognized by them. So there is scope for innovation, and I think without that, neither, can we grow at the pace at which we are required to grow. And I also just wanted to make another point that there are going to be a lot of disruptions. I think a few years ago, pre-COVID, we saw a large country kind of dawdle with respect to commitments, the Paris commitments, right? We know who I'm talking about, but just not naming the country. That was a bit of a disruption, but it didn't really deter us. We carried on in our journey. As we speak, and in the forum, we've talked about certain regions in the world which are not necessarily following all the ESG requirements for supply chain related productions. And we are congregating here and identifying solutions. And we will come up with alternatives, whether it is self-reliance of countries or whether it is all of us working together. Sometimes it has to be a combination. In India, we're looking at manufacturing solar panels, for example, just to give you an example. Is it going to be cheaper than where we were sourcing from in China? Not really, but we will have to work together with investors, with stakeholders, with the government to make sure that if the prices are high, cost is high in the short term, investors can be supportive so that entrepreneurs like us can go ahead and take the risk to do more and to accelerate it and to triple our generation as we must to meet our goals for our country, which is around 500 gigawatts by 2030. So it's a lot of these things, I think, which need to come, which incentivize us and motivate us to take the risk to do more and to accelerate that as well. Just one last point, Anthony, very quickly, is it's also about how we go about doing what we are doing, and it's about the justness and the inclusivity of all of this. And I think while we're not talking about that, but that really has to be, whether it's financing, whether it's markets, and we have to look at the disadvantaged segments which exist in the market, whether it could be countries, we heard in the previous panel, it could be people, it could be women, it could be communities who are at the heart of this transition and are really suffering the most. So, yep, that's all. Back to you, Anne.
Do you mind if I just... Yeah, I just actually want to pick up on a really important point in the original question, because it talked about a rigidity in a value chain. Now, this is one of the most common policy mistakes when it comes to the attempt to regulate markets. You have a full value chain and you choose to put a rigidity somewhere. Normally, it's to protect the household sector from volatility, which is like putting a dam in a river, standing on your dam wall, looking at the placid lake and never looking behind you. If you put that rigidity in the value chain, you are asking for trouble. If you do want to do so, and your temptation as a policymaker is to do so, please study the whole value chain first, and you will understand what the unintended consequences of that well-intended rigidity is going to be. And at least you'll be making a very, very solid trade-off decision. You're not just sort of targeting an objective and not really thinking through how that perturbation is going to influence the whole system. So that's my entreaty to policymakers in the room. And my second entreaty is, don't be too precious about your particular bit of bureaucratic turf. These questions to study whole value chains often fall across administrative boundaries. They continuously do. So this is a cross-disciplinary question to study whole value chains.
That's fantastic. Other questions from the floor? There we go. We stand between you and lunch. I think just following up on the last comment about regulated markets providing effectively the insurance or the ability for the LNG market to be created. And to Hugh's point, there are now much more flexible ways to provide the backstop for people to create markets. And so Ian was up before. Effectively, what's the insurance against a massive investment not working out? Does not have to be regulated prices and guaranteed revenue for that or government funding for it all. It can be insurance-like products backed in by government, and therefore, 90% of the risk-taking is going to work and flourish, and the 10% we can all socialise amongst governments. So I think there's a huge challenge. I'm going to finish by asking the panellists in 30 seconds each, what is the number one thing for them that governments or institutions could do to help create or improve markets across whichever form of clean energy and supply chain you want to? And Yasu, I might start with you and then work back this way. And in advance, thank you to the panel.
Okay, so number one priority you mentioned, but make it two. Let me make it two. First priority is we need a more clear-cut roadmap presented by the government in the region, governments in the regions. One government says by 2050 we will achieve carbon neutral, the others 2060, we have 2070 as well. So we may need to prolong the LNG market in accordance with the roadmap they have. Germany is trying to secure XX million tons from now, but probably for 10 years or 15 years, not more than that. That cannot justify a new investment in the upstream side. But, you know, here in the Indo-Pacific, they may need to replace coal-fired power plants to gas-fired. So new demand will be arose here in Indo-Pacific. Then we can combine such a geographical difference of timing in our market mechanism. So roadmap is very critically important for conventional fuels, as well as for new fuels. We need sort of incentive mechanism to mobilize more capital in those areas. So what sort of, according to what sort of roadmap, what sort of incentive mechanisms can be established, it is important to deploy the capital from the private sectors. Second, according to FOIP, Free and Open Indo-Pacific Strategy, which was developed and introduced by late former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, we believe it is our responsibility to take initiatives to transform Asian energy business. And in order to deploy more capital and resources, technology, you know, we need sort of mechanism where we can share the output with, you know, between the host country and investors. We have a joint credit mechanism established by the Japanese government, and we have entered into bilateral agreements to enable such a mechanism. Just with 14 or 15 countries in the region. We'd like to expand such a network so that we can deploy more capitals in the region. That's all.
Thank you. Hugh?
Okay. More than one once again, but very brief, because I can see the clock. There's probably enough time for 2 minutes. First of all, I think markets would benefit from the idea that technological neutrality underpins policy making. I think if you design a policy framework for markets to respond, which is technologically neutral, we will get the best outcomes from the innovation system. Two, I talked about displeasure with markets earlier. Before you rush to diagnose market failure, have a really good look to see that there isn't just a missing market, not a failing market. Sometimes it's the absence of a market which actually forces other markets to look, not look their best. And I think that's a very, very clear signal. If you want to see green premia, you need to introduce the missing market. Because we've heard earlier that customers will not pay for sustainability. What they will pay for is performance and things which influence their cash flow positively. And that's the value and use analysis which drives quality differentials in established commodity markets. If it's a green product which is at issue, the way to get that differential, or alternatively to realise that brown discount, there's a missing market. It's a transparent market for the carbon itself. And that's how the green premia will emerge.
Okay, so I'll keep it pretty brief. I think it's quite simple. At a macro level, we need rigidity of goal. So if you have to reach a certain degree centigrade or a gigawatt of generation, we need rigidity of goal. Come what may, we'll leave no stones unturned to get there. You know, and so on and so forth for other stakeholders, government, investors, etc. Coupled with a micro level goal of agility. At a micro level, we need agility, and every stakeholder needs agility. So we need to be agile and pivot to be able to do what we need to do today to get to our rigid goals, and hopefully we will have well-functioning markets then.
Fantastic. I think, you know, the conversation just shows the spectrum of markets, both kind of immature and potentially not having the volume to ever be able to operate the way some very mature or very deep or very dense markets work. But the journey of all of those markets, and I think a mission for the people here today and beyond, is how can we take each of those markets to be deeper, to be more transparent, to have lower transaction costs, and make sure that we can deliver the end goals and the end objectives by furthering those markets. And sometimes that'll be digital evolution, sometimes that'll be cross-border evolution, sometimes that'll be delving back into the contracts and the mechanisms as they were set up 20 years ago for a good reason at the time, but now they can change. And that's a lot of hard work for everyone to be able to do. But I hope that spurred some of the thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anthony, thank you for leading that fabulous panel, and thanks again to all our panelists. We appreciate your time and expertise. Lunch awaits us. Again, our logistical maneuverings will need to be going down to the ballroom. And as I mentioned, of course, Japan's Energy Minister will be with us finally. He has arrived. A quick mention to those of you who have booked in for the cruise. It's been a very popular feature of our conference agenda. The transport will leave at 20 to 5. So please be ready because the cruise will depart at 10 past 5. So if you've booked that cruise, ensure that you are ready to go and be transported at around 20 to 5. We'll see you down at lunch. Thanks so much. Ladies and gents, if we can start making our way into the room, we'll start in about a minute or so and get underway with our final 2 sessions of the afternoon. So make your way in, grab a coffee if you need one, and we'll get underway very shortly. And yes, Professor Allen, he does remind me, the teacher in him. Bring yourselves forward. We've had the dignitaries up front, and of course we know that they are on to far more important matters with bilateral meetings. So please, if you're happy to, just move your way forward to the front tables, and that'll be terrific for all our panelists. We'll just wait and see how many people get back into the room, but then we'd love to have you right front and centre. We'll start off in just a minute. All right, let's get underway, everyone. As I mentioned earlier, let's come forward. If you don't mind, let's fill up the front tables. What you will find on at your seating since we've been at lunch is a really fabulous, what we've heard so far, document. Now, this is not yet any agreed outcome or discussion paper. It is really just a very valuable snapshot that the team have been putting together about some of the key issues that have been raised over the last couple of days. There's some wonderful quotes from some of our participants on the opposite side, just a little trigger and a reminder of the wonderful guests that we've had and what their big picture outcomes and issues are that I think will really be beneficial when we go away and remember, because it is so hard to take everything in. We've absorbed so much. So this is just a really useful document that the team has put together. Of course, there will be other outcomes and communiques communicated to you as key decisions are made and key action plans are put in place, but just a really helpful document that we'd love you to take a look at. But let's get underway into our third panel, where we start examining the challenges and opportunities for transport and infrastructure. My mind has been blown by listening to the various countries and their ambitions and their targets and how they want to scale up. So how are we going to do this to support clean energy supply chains? Dr. David Finn will chair this discussion. He'll introduce, so make your way up, David, and your panelists. David is the founder and executive director and chief vision officer of Tritium, and what vision he had as a young university student, founding his own company. When he was just at university, the company is now the largest manufacturer of electric vehicle high-speed charging stations, and he started with that vision when he was just a uni student commercializing technology for solar cars. So please make welcome Dr. David Finn.
Thank you, Beverly, and thank you to Ellen for putting on this show. It's amazing to pull so many great minds from around the world, and your network is just truly amazing to solve what are some of the really challenging problems that we see going forward here. And thank you to the Australian government for backing this forum and their commitment to decarbonising the country and the contribution that they're going to make to the rest of the world's efforts to decarbonise. We are, as Beverly said, going to talk about transportation and infrastructure. I have some great panellists here today, and welcome to you all. I will, one by one, introduce them as I ask my first question. I actually feel quite at home here at an energy forum that is all about securing clean energy supply chains. The company I founded, Tritium, is really at its essence about building supply chain for electric vehicles. And in fact, I will just share a little bit of a story because it talks to some of the opportunities that we can really create out of the challenges that we're seeing here today. It was 10 years ago that Ellen actually approached Tritium and said, I need a fast charger because I'm getting these EVs in and I need to be able to drive them around Australia. And it made me think that, is there a business opportunity here in what was a challenge that he saw? And we developed, through the technology we already had, our first DC fast charger and started exporting that around the world. And at the crux of what Tritium is, it really is about electricity dispensing and the technology and services that sit around that. So that's just something to point out when we think about the opportunities or the challenges you see. They really are opportunities. And I just want to share one other thing about the industry that we've seen emerge over the last 10 years with EV around the world, is that we're seeing almost everything electrify now. And I do say almost. Cars, light commercial, buses, boats, trucks, yes, long haul too, rail, short-range aircraft, and even mining vehicles. The electrification transition of the car market is well and truly underway. It has reached the tipping point and gone well over. We heard the other day 2% of vehicles sold in 2019 were electric, and next year it's 15%. And to put some more colour on that, 10% of all vehicles sold in Europe last year were electric. That's 1.2 million vehicles. In fact, 3/4 of all OEMs by volume in Europe have committed to sell only electric cars by 2035. So, and if you want to put any more icing on top of that cake, every year we see the big research houses, Navigant and Bloomberg, up-rev their forecast for EV sales and EV charging infrastructure. Yet, two transportation sectors remain elusive for pure electrification. And these are shipping and long-haul flight. And we've got some real shipping experts here today on the panel to share their knowledge. It's transportation where lift is critical. It's hard because batteries have an order of magnitude less energy density than their liquid hydrocarbon equivalents. And engineers have done an amazing job over the last decade, because we're having this exact same discussion about EV 10 years ago, that batteries couldn't do it, of somehow or other managing to make vehicles, albeit lifted by wheels, have a 20 to 30% mass storage energy ratio in the vehicle. So on a car, that works well. We have cars now that have the range almost that we can see in a normal petrol-powered vehicle, but in a ship and a plane, this results in unacceptable loss of cargo and or range. So with that, I want to start and shift focus to Professor Lin Lu, who's joined us here from Singapore. Thank you for making the journey. She's a professor of chemical and biological engineering, currently on leave from Princeton University to be the CEO of Global Centre of Maritime Decarbonisation, so GCMD for short. The GCMD has significant industry partners that are working with it to help it meet and exceed the International Maritime Organisation's goals for 2030 and 2050 around decarbonisation, so 40% and 70% respectively, so very strong targets. She has been influencing society and industry for many years now to decarbonise through many of her key reports that she's published, including the Biden administration and other leaders around the world. Lynn, my first question to you is, given that 90% of goods around the world are shipped on boats and in ships, decarbonising shipping seems like an absolute critical challenge to solve. So this question comes in three parts. What is the contribution to greenhouse gas emissions from shipping around the world? And why is it considered such a difficult sector to abate? I touched on one aspect there, but there's many others. And how are shipping companies generally thinking about decarbonisation? Is this something they're onto now, or they're just doing business as usual and it's off in the future?
Well, thanks, Dave, for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a privilege. I thought, by way of introduction, let me tell you a little bit about the Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization, and then I'll come back and address Dave's question. So the Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization is only about a year old. It's an NGO set up through a private-public partnership, and the goal is really to help the shipping sector eliminate GHG emissions. And we do this by conducting pilots and trials, meaning that we take the capital that our partners provide us, and we put that into steel that we can put in water, we can put it on steel that we can put on the ground. And by doing so, we want to test these low-carbon solutions in real-world operating conditions and environment. And if we fail fast and we learn faster. And when we're successful, we go a long ways towards helping the sector adopt these solutions. So I'll come back and give you more specifics as we go on. But to come back to today's question and to tie it back to this, the conversation here at the Energy Forum, we've been talking about supply chain. And we can't really talk about supply chain without talking about shipping because of the statistic that Dave mentioned. Over 90% of goods is transported globally using shipping. And so essentially, my Scope 1 emissions is your Scope 3 emissions. And so you can't decarbonize without us decarbonizing, and truth be told, we can't decarbonize without the critical materials, without the hydrogen that come to make the fuel that we need to decarbonize. So that's how intertwined and tangled we are. We're in bed together, right? And so when Dave asked, what is the emissions? So shipping is a global industry, and our emissions is not counted towards any nation's NDCs. We have our own shipping, that's how it's counted, and we contribute about 3% to global carbon emissions. And the IMO is the one regulatory unit that regulates the global shipping industry. And as Dave mentioned, the IMO has set targets that is basically to eliminate 70% of carbon intensity and 50% absolute GHG emissions relative to 2008 levels by 2050. And so compared to all those net zero targets that you've heard, this is not very ambitious. But shipping is a difficult to abate sector. And so even getting to these targets, it's unclear how we're going to do it. The reason shipping is difficult to abate is because our emissions really come from burning fuel to propel the ship forward. And without zero carbon fuels in the horizon, this becomes a big challenge. Okay? Shipping as a sector is also very heterogeneous, meaning that there are container liners, which is who you presumably think of when you think about shipping, but there are also bulk carriers that carry iron ore, et cetera, and tankers. And while containers are on regular schedules and they go to fixed port of calls, the bulk carriers and the tankers don't. They're called tramp services, and they go all over the place, depending on their charters and where the cargo demands. And so because of this, I think the decarbonization journey is going to be very heterogeneous in shipping, and it's going to depend on the nature of trade. So how do we look at the energy transition then? Well, I think in sort of the long term, there's no question that we need to transition to a zero carbon fuel. So this means ammonia, green ammonia, e-methanol, this means synthetic fuels. But those, as you've heard throughout the day, they're not in the horizon yet. And so we need to think about how we can reduce carbon emissions today and now. And so we need to do what we can with what we have now to bend the curve. And so this means thinking about energy-saving devices. This means looking at liquefied natural gas as a pathway to decarbonization, taking into consideration that the upstream leaks and slip had to be taken into consideration. This means thinking about biofuels. And I would say that in the intermediate term, we need to think about carbon capture. And so this is where I think Andrew Forrest and I differ. We are a strong proponent of carbon capture. We think it's one of the few negative emissions technologies out there that's going to help us decarbonize.
It's a very complicated problem to solve, isn't it, Lynn? I would like to move the conversation on now to Marika. Marika is the CEO of New South Wales Ports, which includes Port Botany and Port Kembla and others. She's passionate about sustainability within ports and drives this change not just in her own port, but also through her work on other boards like Infrastructure New South Wales and Port of Australia. Her master's degree in engineering and environmental law provides a perspective into the challenges that ports face that we can all benefit from here today. So I look forward to hearing what she has to say. Marika, of course, what ships do on the marine side is just one part of the decarbonisation equation. Ports are going to play a pivotal role in enabling and supporting the transition. What are some of the challenges ports are facing right now and into the future to assist with this?
Yeah, thanks, David, and hi, everybody. I'll just provide a bit of context that connects some of the discussions earlier and Lynn as well, and give you a little background around what we do. I'll start with the fact that NSW Ports, we manage 2 ports, as David said, Port Botany and Port Kembla, both in New South Wales. We are a private entity, we're not government. Our majority ownership, 80% owned by Australian pension funds. So back to conversations earlier today, our shareholders are principally those superannuation funds or sovereign wealth funds. And then when we look at Australia, Lynn made the comment 90% of goods around the world are moved on ships. In Australia, it's about 98% because we are an island nation, obviously. So our ports are really fundamental to the economy in Australia. In the case of our 2 ports in New South Wales, we underpin the New South Wales economy. Significant trade gateways that connect the globe, and particularly many of the countries represented in this room in the Asia Pacific region as well. So we do everything from containers through to motor vehicles, or we handle through the ports containers, motor vehicles, and even bulk minerals and bulk agriculture. So it's quite a diverse spectrum of trade. And the ports themselves generate about 56,000 jobs. So big economic drivers for this state and the country. So when we think about that, we say, okay, the ports are already important economic drivers. They handle a lot of the goods because we need to connect ourselves globally, both for imports and exports. So what is the port's role in the future around energy transition, but also green energy and future fuels? And the big challenge really is with ports, we think we invest for 20, 30, 50 years ahead. We need to make those investments because they have large costs and they actually have long lives that we need to recover those costs. And equally, you need a lot of time to plan them in. So the strategies need to be thinking that far ahead, and this energy change is happening very quickly. So that's our biggest challenge, uncertainty. And if I think about the port challenges, I break them into 3 components. The first is the fuel requirements for ships. So at our 2 ports, we do almost no refuelling of ships because it's more cost effective for ships to refuel overseas. Will that change in the future with the new fuels? Either because we're producing them in Australia quite cheaply or cost effectively, or because the ships have to refuel here because they don't have the energy to be able to do the rotations they previously did. We don't know. What types of fuel? Is it 1 type? Is it 2 types? Is it 3 types? What infrastructure is then needed for that? That's uncertainty area 1. Number 2 is the actual port infrastructure and assets. So, as I was saying, we need to actually build these ahead of time or make sure they're available. Our ports are very busy today. They're quite well utilised and we don't have spare land berths lying around. We need to plan this strategically. So what type of berths do we need? What depths do they need to be? What depths do the channels need to be? What type of land do you need behind that? How much land? In the case of our ports at the moment, we are handling fuel, we are handling componentry for wind farms, and we do handle minerals imports, exports as well. So what is the transition between those, or will they continue? And then new fuels and new minerals and future requirements around componentry for wind farms. So in the case of offshore wind, for example, you need very large land areas in order to take those equipment off and install them offshore. That needs to be planned ahead. In the case of hydrogen, are you going to need storage at the ports? What type of storage? And then what type of exclusion zones do you need around that because of the nature of those fuels? So all these things need to be considered. And then what is the means of transporting that to and from the port? Pipeline, trucks, trains. So that's category 2 of uncertainty. Category 3 is then actually decarbonising the port operations themselves. So the equipment that are invested in, which have large costs as well as long 20-year lifetimes as well, moving those from diesel or current electricity to green electricity or zero carbon fuels as well. And as well as not just the terminal equipment, but then the trucks and trains that arrive and depart from the port. So in summary, what I'd say is the big challenge is we need some clarity of path. We need to be able to look and invest for 20, 30, 40-year time horizons. And there is so much uncertainty at the moment. What are we handling? How much? What are the infrastructure requirements? And I'd say that's probably it in a nutshell.
It certainly echoes a lot of the themes we've heard here about getting some more clarity on where to go. And this brings me to my next panelist, Miyata-san, has come here from Japan to be with us, so thank you for doing so. Hydrogen, we've heard this through the forum and before, is definitely going to be part of the solution. You have had a long and distinguished career, over 30 years in this space. After completing a degree in nuclear engineering, you started at ENEOS and in fuel cell research so many years ago, and then grew your operational experience running refineries, manufacturing plants, and now, as Director and Executive Vice President of ENEOS, you oversee ENEOS's hydrogen fuel development programs. And so very interested in your perspective here, and maybe it can help Marika understand where to go next. So Miyata, there is so much enthusiasm around green hydrogen, and we know you're working on to find solutions to use it as to transport this fuel from where it's generated to where it's used. What options exist, and what risks do they pose in having to transport them from where they're made to where they're used?
Okay, thank you very much, Dave and Alain, for inviting me to this conference. First of all, I'd like to introduce our ENEOS rather than this slide. We have the 10 refining sites in Japan, which means we have 10 kind of receiving sites from outside, which means we should feel kind of the responsibility to import probably clean energy to Japan as a probably energy provider. Going back to the question, these are the carrier that we are now thinking about for hydrogen. Last day, Kawasaki Heavy Industry talked about liquefied hydrogen technology, and MCH, which is organic hydride, that we are now thinking about, and ammonia, probably better than me, probably. As for the liquid hydrogen, toxicity, no problem, but the boil off is probably much higher than LNG. So this is not appropriate probably for long-term storage. Energy for extraction, that's very easy to get hydrogen from the liquefied hydrogen. And opportunities, as Kawasaki Industry mentioned yesterday. Still cost is high, and vessel or any equipment are still in the development phase. So, this is I would say I'm dreaming having this one as a supply chain operator in ENEOS. But at this moment, we are still waiting to commercialize these kind of technologies in future, probably in a couple of years. Actually, we are kind of partnering companies and to have the Green Innovation Fund, which was mentioned by Hagiuda in the lunch. Second one is organic hydride, MCH. This has actually one big problem, which is energy required for extraction. Others, I think, good. Actually, we can utilize our facilities, existing facilities in Japan, to cope with, receiving and handling. But the problem is, we need probably energy to get the hydrogen from MCH. So that should be solved with any innovations in future. We are now focusing on this area for MCH. Ammonia, I think this has been discussed a lot already. I don't think at this moment, as for the blue ammonia, we don't need any other innovation or new technologies. I know, but still there will be opportunity to get the green ammonia because of the, probably at the cost of the making, blue ammonia, green ammonia is still high. And currently, probably, especially in Japan, ammonia is expected to be introduced to coal power, as shown here, as a direct use. In future, one of the Japanese suppliers trying to have ammonia gas turbine probably available in 10 to 15 years from now on. Then probably ammonia can be used. Key factor that we need to think about is toxicity. That is high, probably everybody knows. We have to think about this toxicity with appropriate risk assessment. So that's the key, area that we are now thinking about. So, but anyway, we have at least for hydrogen, we have 3 ways to carry from any countries to, for example, Japan. Three carriers may remain as a fit for service, probably. Liquefied hydrogen can be utilized for basically blue. MCH can be utilized for mainly green, ammonia, blue, green, both. So at this moment, we have 3 options at least for hydrogen carrier. Next page shows another carrier, synthetic fuel technology, which is also part of our R&D activities with Japanese Green Innovation Fund. I think almost all, people probably know this one. A lot of actually projects going on across the world. We are one of them, and especially here, we expect very reasonable renewable energy coming soon, and also someone probably have innovation with direct air capture, and then we make synthetic fuels in this country, Australia, and as a liquid, we call synthetic crude, shipped to Japan. So that's a kind of another carrier for clean energy. First, priority is of course jet, E-jet, but in future, probably when we think about the materials, most of the materials are made of hydrocarbon anyway. So the synthetic crude could be the feed for any chemical materials in future. So those are the kind of carriers that we are thinking about, and probably that I hope that will help you to understand. Thank you.
Great, and we will get to questions in the audience soon, but I'd just like to run through another set of questions here if we can quickly. Lynn, maybe you can elaborate on some of the practicalities of using green hydrogen or other fuels that you're using at this point in time to move those fuels around the world on shipping, and also the challenges and opportunities to actually use them to drive the ships.
Sure, Dave. And I'll just build on what Miyata-san had shared with us. So from a shipping perspective, whether it's transporting or you were using it as a propulsion fuel, there are a number of options out there, and Miyata-san had shown us what those options are. We think of those options, hydrogen, pure hydrogen itself is probably the least likely because it probably has the most technological hurdles. Its boiling temperature is negative 253 degrees. So what that means is you require substantial refrigeration, cryogenic refrigeration, to liquefy hydrogen. So the cryogenic requirements are very high, and it's estimated that we need a third of the energy equivalent of the hydrogen that you're carrying to supply energy to cool the hydrogen itself. We talked about hydrogen boil-off, and that's approximately at 1% a day. And so depending on where you're shipping it to and from, you could lose substantial. And let's not forget, hydrogen is a greenhouse gas itself, and its greenhouse warming potential is 15 or 16 times worse than CO2 on a 100-year basis. So there are significant issues associated with hydrogen. And volume is another issue. We've estimated that, relative to liquefied natural gas, if you were to ship hydrogen and you use the same energy equivalent as a basis, it's 4.5 times the volume that you need to ship hydrogen. So that's why we're looking at different carriers. And we think of those carriers, ammonia makes most sense. Again, it's not perfect, but we don't want perfect to be the enemy of the good. With ammonia, you do have the toxicity issue, but its boiling temperature is negative 33 degrees, so you can do refrigeration now, so the cost becomes substantially cheaper. To address this toxicity issue, GCMD has commissioned a safety study, and this is with 22 industry partners with a regulatory working group. And the idea is to come up with safety guidelines and operation guidelines that we can push through the standards development organization so you have technical references for bunkering ammonia as a fuel. The first engine for burning ammonia is not going to be available until 2024. The first vessel is probably 2025. But the idea is we can't wait until then to come up with the technical references. So we want to come up with the technical references now so we can pilot the bunkering. And Andrew Forrest has mentioned that he has a vessel that will be ready at the end of the year. Well, if that's ready and when that's ready, we would have the technical reference ready to pilot that as well. So that's how we're thinking about doing things in parallel as opposed to serially.
Thanks, Lynn. And Muraka, the government, so what can they do to assist with infrastructure development for clean energy at ports? How can we get this moving?
Oh, look, I think it was exemplified probably earlier today with the German State Secretary as well. It's about consistency in policy and consistency in strategy. I think that is fundamental. We need to have certainty against which investments can be made and having that clear policy and strategy direction, but one which is reliable, that we can rely on, is fundamental. When we look at Australia, I guess, and shipping, it's a global context as well. So ideally you have global coordination, but specifically we need to have national coordination in Australia rather than individual states doing different things and differently between Commonwealth and states. There is a national freight and supply chain strategy that exists that's been brought into, it was developed at a Commonwealth level with states all buying into it and supporting it. Interestingly, that was developed in 2019. And just to show you how fast the pace of change has been, that strategy really doesn't address decarbonisation and doesn't address green energy requirements and fuel requirements as at that time. So things have moved quite rapidly, and there's an opportunity to revamp that in that strategy. I think the other thing to remember is our supply chains are very fragmented. There are multiple organisations across that whole system of a supply chain. And it's really important that there's collaboration, and the government has a role to bring that collaboration as well. And if we can do that, then things like pilots become possible, and Lynn talked about that in her opening remarks. There are pilots going on around the world for green shipping corridors, essentially where you take two ports with direct connections and you get the users of the shipping lines, you get the port ends, and you bring them together and you say, what are the impediments for you to decarbonise or reduce carbon in this link? What do you need to make that happen? What fuel do you need? There's a real opportunity for us to do that with collaboration across segments of the supply chain, and just to start it off that way. But there is a role for government to assist with that, de-risk it, as we heard as well, and also look at incentives. How do you encourage first movers in that space? So I think all of those things together, because that collaboration is fundamental, because we are so fragmented. We're also part of the Quad Green Shipping Task Force that is looking at how do you address that from an Australian perspective and a Quad perspective. And more of that, I think, will be a really important opportunity.
Yeah, it seems absolutely critical. And Miyata-san, I wanted to come back to you and ask, we're hearing how important it is for governments to set policy, facilitate infrastructure development, create demand certainty in these markets. I guess that for me, the winning technology is somewhat unclear, and we heard that from our Prime Minister the other day, 50% of the technology is yet to be developed. What can governments do to really accelerate the technology development, just to the point where the technology readiness level gives us the clarity of vision to know where to place our bets and where to place the direct funding on infrastructure and where to create the pull in the marketplace?
Okay, thank you. I think there have been a lot of discussion around the funding and government support, probably in this today, I guess, in the morning. As many people probably think about this, we need very strong government support in terms of investment and actually OPEX support, which is, in other words, a subsidy. Otherwise, not so easy for us to introduce, even hydrogen to Japan. Even ammonia to Japan. So that's the situation. So we have been working very hard to advocate that these are the key policies that we expect you to have as a government. And also we should have probably as a Japan, for example, incentive program for demand side. If kind of incentives or strong regulation for demand side to use hydrogen. That's the market that we are thinking about. As for technology, again, there have been a lot of discussion around technology. As I mentioned, we have still working very hard to get the right solution among three carriers plus synthetic fuels. So government probably need to support also innovation, R&D activities with appropriate level of the fund. So those are the things that we are now thinking about to get the right technology in future. Thank you.
Thank you. What I'll do now, there's so much more to talk about, but I'll open it up for audience questions. Thank you.
A question really to follow on from Marika's comment. So I remember aviation went through this quite a long time ago, and there was a kind of like a carbon price kind of discussion. So given obviously the technology's not there yet, but once it starts getting there, how do you ever see a kind of a moment where you might change pricing strategy in order to reward first mover advantage and obviously to drive the incentives, because that's obviously going to be the big challenge. Imagine that you're going to use pricing in the same way people are talking about, trucks on roads versus freight on rail, this happening to shipping. Question for you, but also for everyone.
I think that's probably a question that sits outside of, I guess, our remit, because we don't own the cargo. We don't own the cargo, we don't use the cargo. We provide the infrastructure across which the cargo is handled. So I think, could it incentivise a change of behaviour? I think, yes, it could. But for us, I'm not sure that it changes that behaviour. We need an investment case against which to invest in the infrastructure, but we don't even know what infrastructure we're investing in, because if it's minerals imports and exports, that's an entirely different set of berths and land to a storage facility for ammonia or hydrogen. So I think, yes, more broadly, Jennifer, but perhaps for us it's a little bit of a different question or answer that we need.
Jennifer, maybe I can try and answer that question. Actually, I'll start with perhaps I joined the industry to begin with, and it was this idea that shipping is a global industry, and coming from the power sector, it just seemed like, oh, it's a global industry and it's regulated by one body. So if this body passes a carbon price, it'd be a level playing field globally. How inspiring could that be? Well, so the IMO is that body, and if you've read the news, this morning, finally, after a decade of conversation, the IMO has agreed that they are going to set a carbon price, but they haven't said what, or it's just there's a consensus on a carbon price, right? And so that's a big breakthrough. There's been lots of discussion about market-based measures. There are several proposals on the table, including one that's looking at as simple as a bunker levy. So X dollars per ton of bunker that you could collect, and then you could either feed that back to incentivize use of green fuels, or you can use that to promote technology, et cetera, et cetera. So those are all on the table and being discussed. But they're just today, again, it's a big step forward. IMO is, the members are flag states, so politics are always involved in these kinds of discussions. So today is a big step forward, and so I'm looking forward to seeing what's to come. So I think a carbon price will come globally.
Can I just further that too, Jennifer? So when we talk about it globally with shipping, there is through the international body a World Port Sustainability group, I guess, and we in our ports also subscribe to that. So there are ports, about 50-odd ports around the world that currently have incentive programs to incentivise ships with reduced emissions, but those emissions are principally SOx, NOx. They can be CO2 and they can be other things as well. So we have that. We're the only ports in the country that have adopted that World Port Sustainability Program environmental shipping emissions, but there are ports globally that do it. And so the ships that arrive, depending on where they sit from their emissions standards against the baseline, and that baseline is your minimum standards, depending on how improved above that they are, will determine a level of incentive that they have against their shipping dues. So there are those mechanisms already in place, and they can be modified further and extended.
I have a question to Mr. Miyata. Among the hard-to-abate sectors, probably aviation is probably the most difficult one. And Miyata-san, you mentioned E-Jet. What do you see of the prospect of E-Jet? And what's the time frame you attach for E-Jet that we can fly on E-Jets? The next related question is that for passenger cars, I think we tend to implicitly believe that EVs will be the future for passenger cars. But you mentioned e-gasoline. What's the pros and cons of e-gasoline vis-a-vis EVs?
Do you want me to start with the EVs first? Yeah.
Yeah, E-Jet.
E-Jets, yeah.
Can I get the slide again? Slide.
Yeah.
Okay. You're talking about E-Jet, Terasa-san. Yeah, gasoline, right? Time frame. That's a good question. 2027, we need to have probably at least biofuels supplied to air companies. And then, in 30, probably we need to more volume of the jet in future. Biofuels or synthetic jet, carbon-free jet. The time frame that we are now thinking is, demonstration will be done probably in 5 years or so. And then we need, in parallel, we need to think about the capacity up for commercialization in future. So that's the kind of time frames that we are now thinking about, and we're working with government closely. And the second question, gasoline, that's a potential, yes. But this is probably lowest priority at this moment. It's not so easy for us just to produce the E-jet enough. And then, when can we get the, other purpose? I don't know at this moment. So gasoline is probably yes, but priority is probably very low. So that's the kind of we are thinking about. Thank you.
I don't know whether you can comment on the efficiency of that process too, because I was about to say that, in terms of electric cars, one of the big things is we're generating energy from renewables, and the penetration of electric cars, the more large-scale deployment of charging infrastructure that goes in with batteries, it's going to absorb more renewables and actually, improve the penetration. And it's the most efficient way of getting energy from photons into the wheels. Can you comment on the efficiency of creating synthetic fuels via this method?
I don't have any specific data at this moment, but your EV is very much better than probably synthetic fuel to the small cars, at least. FCV could be, for example, truck or bus. That's actually utilized in Japan now. So potentially for the mobility, probably train, big truck or buses. So those are kind of things that we are now still thinking about. But to the passenger vehicles, I don't think it's going to be the answer.
What I find so fascinating about this synthetic fuel solution is that, if you manage to actually achieve this time frame, you might leapfrog the whole sort of conversation around hydrogen entirely on all planes and ships, because all of a sudden you can just start using the existing infrastructure. But it's such an interesting bet to take, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think with the synthetic fuels, we have to have synthetic fuel still has carbon, so you need to do carbon capture. And it's not just any kind of carbon that you need to capture. You need to capture either biogenic carbon, which is from biomass, or direct air capture, which is sort of the even harder one, in order for you to have synthetic fuel that's zero carbon. So that's sort of the challenge.
It's a big bet, isn't it? Yeah.
Keith Ritchie from Siemens. So that big bet was announced 5 days ago in Australia. So Porsche and HIF announced a $1 billion plant in Tasmania to produce biofuels, and they're using air capture for the carbon as part of that. And I guess it all starts with really good renewables. And it's very windy down in Tasmania. There's access to really good renewables, and the rest of the energy is produced from hydroelectric anyway. What do you think about that plant? They're saying that construction 2024, delivery of first biofuels 5 million litres 26.
I think that's hard. Direct air, I think, right, we can do anything. What's the price tag on these things? Direct air capture is estimated to be more than $200 a ton, right? We can't even get a carbon price that's at $100 a ton pass, right? So this is effectively how we can internalize the price of carbon. So I think that's going to be challenging with direct air capture.
We'll take one more question. Can we? Or we're finished? One more, okay. Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. Maybe just wait for the mic. Thank you.
This is in response to the carbon capture from the biomass so that it is zero carbon. But at the same time, do you agree that even if it is from the coal-fired power station, And if you do that carbon capture and utilization, at least you are avoiding some kind of extraction from some oil fields?
Yes and no. I think it's where you draw the black box, right? Because if you use the captured carbon and then you end up releasing it anyway, net it ends up in the air also. So for net zero fuels, you will need the biogenic carbon or the direct air carbon to have a fuel that's labeled net zero fuel. That's sort of the challenge. And I think, biomass is not at scale, and so biogenic carbon is scarce to begin with.
Cool, and thank you to the panelists here today. Your insight into this area is invaluable for everyone really arguing and discussing the different solutions for how we can go forward and solve these challenges. Thank you.
And thank you, David. Just such an incredible group of people, and we're in such great hands, even though we've got so many questions yet to answer. So thank again our panelists. They have been really fabulous. Okay, we are moving into our final session before we get a wonderful roundup from Alan at the end. As our two-day conference, it's hard to believe that we've already come into our final session, but it is going to be such a critical one, because so much of what we've talked about depends on people power, the workforce, and we all know in every corner of the globe that is at straining point. It is just so difficult at the end of the pandemic and now with the energy crisis to fuel our workforce. So how we're going to scale that up is I guess, still a massive question to answer. Guiding us through this very tricky issue is Barbara Humpton, President and CEO of Siemens Corporation. She is, of course, from the US. Many of you have already met her. She's a dynamo and a perfect chair for this critical conversation with her very deep experience and knowledge in this area. So please make her very welcome. Barbara Humpton.
Thank you so much, Beverly. And all right, so you all, this is the last panel of the day. We do encourage you to fill in, but I also want you to notice those papers on the table. This is the segment when you can say something really profound that David Pullen could make the quote deck. So I'm going to encourage everyone who's going to be participating as a speaker in part of this to be profound. And here we are talking about the most important topic. For 2 days now, we have talked about the many challenges and opportunities ahead of us. We've talked about that sense of urgency. And we know that none of this happens without people. And hence, we are here to talk about the workforce that is going to make all of this possible. And with me today, I have three very distinguished panelists. Jennifer Westacott, as CEO of the Business Council of Australia, I would just want to commend you for everything the Business Council is doing to get us to this point, and thank you for your sponsorship. Fauzi Ismail from the University Technology of Malaysia, and I look forward to hearing from him. As Vice Chancellor, we will be able to tap his know-how in how our academic systems will work to support the region. And Gurdeep Singh, the Chairman and Managing Director of NTPC, India's largest integrated utility. So you think about the expertise these leaders bring to the table. Be thinking about your questions, because I am coming to you. What I'd like each of you to be thinking about is your top opportunity for workforce development, especially as you, in whatever role, you have the opportunity to help us build this future. But I'm going to start first with Jennifer, and I'm going to turn to her, recognizing that working to ensure Australia is economically strong, this is the mission of the Business Council of Australia, working to ensure Australia is economically strong to support a fair, free, and inclusive society for all Australians. Achieving this requires successful, well-run businesses that create meaningful jobs and inclusive work environments. Where does the topic of energy fit into this overall fair, free, and inclusive society. Tell us your view.
Yeah, look, I think of all the things we have to get right, of all the things we've talked about over the last 2 days, this is, to me, one of the central ones. And the whole concept of getting a more inclusive and fair society has to underpin the energy transition. So a few points to make just to set the scene. And I say this as a former education secretary as well, so disturbingly too much information. The first is, I think we've just got to be unambiguously optimistic. The transition is about new jobs, more jobs, adaptation of existing jobs. So the key fact that we've been working on for the last couple of days is that 50% of the technology is there. So that's great, but the other 50% is going to rely on human ingenuity and the skills and capabilities of our people. Then we're going to put this into the broader context of the overall economic transformation that's underway, digitisation, technology, so that we know that the emphasis is going to be on task change, job redesign, up the value chain, not so much job destruction. And it's crucial that we kind of get a positive mindset. That is not to suggest that there aren't huge problems. Just to give a couple of numbers that I think, just to frame it up for us, the IEA estimates about 5 million jobs will be lost in fossil fuels, but they estimate a total job creation of 30 million, both direct and indirect, in the clean energy transition. And every study I've seen in Australia has got plus 600,000 jobs, every single thing I see. The second point is that these jobs will be right across the supply chain. So we'll see, Amanda talked about yesterday, mining turns into critical minerals. Then you've got advanced engineering, manufacturing, transportation, systems integration, new opportunities like hydrogen. Then you've got the adaptation of existing roles. So if anyone's read the BCG report, a quarter of the roles in offshore wind will have overlapping skills in oil and gas. So again, focus on reprioritisation, retasking, repurposing. So what to do about it very quickly? So the first is to think about it as a supply chain. So we've been talking about supply chains, and there's one way of thinking about labour as an input into the supply chain. I would think about labour as a supply chain in and of itself. So all of the things we talked about yesterday, a system approach, diversification, avoiding the dominance of one party, interoperability, that's how we should think about the workforce. And it's crucial as we start to redesign this supply chain that we think about ethical supply chains, we think about embedding immediately the removal of exploitation and slavery, but I don't think we should be naive that there isn't going to be dislocation and that already people have pretty terrible jobs, and we don't want them to have those jobs. We want them to have better jobs. We want them to have jobs. We want them to not be dislocated. So we've got to, I think, really work hard at that, but obviously not be naive. The second thing I think is a mindset change. So I pose this question to everyone. What is a job? What is a skill? People have attributes, they've got skills, they've got capabilities, and they can be applied to a lot of tasks. And they can be redeployed and people can be re-equipped. They've also got qualifications. And I think we get bogged down, Barbara, in the qualifications discussion, and that narrows the debate and people get anxious about it. So we need, as the US Energy Secretary said yesterday, think about energy workers, not fossil fuel workers. And I think that's a mindset change that is super, super urgent. We need to plan and prepare in an unprecedented way. What skills, what tasks will be needed, map it out in detail. We need to identify the gaps, the new capability areas. Employers are going to need really good data. We need that planning to be industry, we need it to be local, sectoral, and we need to start developing those pipelines now so we don't have blockages. It takes 5 years to get an engineer really trained. We don't have 5 years if you talk about that discussion we had yesterday. And we need to think about planning for those generic capabilities, AI, autonomous design, electronic semiconducting capability, systems integration, because they're going to be essential across many sectors of the economy, and we need them in this transition. Then final couple of points. You have to disrupt the school system. Now, I'm going to put a developed world hat on here. In schools, refocus around foundational capabilities, digital, numeracy, maths, literacy, but equip young people for workability skills, teamwork, design thinking, computational thinking. But don't tell kids that what it is, right? Because they freak out and they think, I can't do computational thinking. But when you actually sort of give them a job, they say they can do it. You say, that's computational thinking. So don't give kids labels, particularly girls, because they freak out and they don't want to do it. And we've got to make sure that we give kids pathways with better careers advice. So that's a Western view of the world, obviously. Then on the tertiary system, we need to blow this system up. You know, we need much better blending of vocational and higher...
Can I pause you for just a minute? David Pullen, did you get that? That sounds like a quotable quote. Start again. Yeah.
But
Start again.
we've got to blend vocational and higher ed pathways. We need more work-integrated learning. We need to kind of look at these micro-credentials, but work out how you stack them. We need to sort of think about lifelong skills accounts. How do people learn for the rest of their life? How do you accredit short courses? How do you change the accreditation system? Talk to anyone in the higher ed sector and they'll tell you that the most glacial thing to do is get a new course accredited. We have to fundamentally rethink the apprenticeship system, think about the task of the infrastructure challenge. And then just finally on cooperation, interoperability, mutual recognition, the role of standards, shared resources, local and regional centres of excellence that can kind of go as a hit squad where there's a big transition and kind of upskill people and really help with the transition. Complementary and common sense migration settings. This will be possibly the biggest skill transfer in the history of the world. So we're going to remove friction from the skill system. And then finally, we have got to make sure that we don't leave people behind. I'm a massive advocate for a huge Colombo Plan style initiative in the Pacific where we bring people, we train them up, we give them jobs in Australia, we give them a skills account, we give them the skills accreditation, then they can either stay or go back. And when they go back, what follows them is huge investment by Australian companies, by the international finance organisations, so that we build the capability of developing nations so that we do not leave whole communities behind. Final point, business has to do the heavy lifting here.
Oh, did you hear that? Business has to do the heavy lifting here. I was hearing plenty of homework for our policymakers as well. I was hearing a lot of work for government to help actually get above the level of individual businesses and help to build strategic plans for that critical supply chain of human talent that's going to support. Jennifer, thank you for the inspiring view and a whirlwind tour of it. So thank you. But Fauzi, I hope you were paying close attention because in there was a bit of a challenge. You here have been leading in the academic world. And I'll note that Malaysia has the highest proportion of this clean energy workforce yet. So you're clearly doing something right. Why don't you fill us in on how you've been tackling this? And let's see if we can help build the picture.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you very much for inviting me here to share some of our thoughts. And definitely because we are very clean. That's why we have the most number of clean energy workers in the world, probably. Yeah? This is because of we cannot work in silo. I do agree. After I'm going to come to the point I mentioned just now. Number one, we need to rescale, upscaling the workforce, as you mentioned just now. Micro-credential. We implement that. We create that. We implement that. We adopt and adapt that. Because as you mentioned just now, education, either schooling or higher education, we need some innovation, innovative solution so that people who work in the industry, for example, for the last 10, 20 years, 30 years, how come whenever a new technology, a new fuel like clean energy, hydrogen for example, suddenly you want those people who work in the industry for the last 20, 30 years to change just like that? No, we need to introduce short courses, which nowadays we call it micro-credential. So this micro-credential do not need require the industry people to come to the university for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, take a leave. No. What we do, the industry can come. We create a module. 4, 5 modules, for example, a boiler module. They can come, just take that part, and then that's it. The next month, if they have time, they come again, to take another module, like heat heat recovery, for example. So as time goes on, they can accumulate that. That is called micro-credential. So that is why, for example, in our country, we started this micro-credential since 2011. And we managed to produce 26,000 people with this innovative curriculum, right? And we started again last June, 6th of June, our higher education minister introduced APPEL. APPEL means accreditation of prior learning. To get PhD, they don't need to come doing PhD like I'm doing my PhD for 3 years, you know? Start there for 3 years. No, they can come, they have a portfolio. Of course, we still evaluate them based on that portfolio. So in Malaysia, we are aspiring to have 250,000 people. 250,000 people only in Malaysia, which undergoes this innovative, APPEL and micro-credential. That is why. And then on top of that, in our university, we create a stackable curriculum, just like a coffee, two in one, 3 in 1. Say, for example, for instance, we offer a master degree in energy management. The reason is to award a student with master degree, but this stackable curriculum also provide the student with certified energy manager, which is certified by our government, as well as the ASEAN Energy Management System. So we have here Pak Handoko, the executive director of ASEAN Energy Center. So we work closely with national and international. Why we do this? Because we have to fulfill our university to become an ASEAN Living Lab. We create a center that can train energy manager. In UTM alone, just UTM, we have 47 registered energy manager. It's 47, only in my university. And we have 7 electrical energy manager. And we implemented that in our university for the last 5 years, and we could save about 21 million in terms of bill. So which is about 4 million plus a year. So we are not just talking, but we are implementing this innovative way forward. And this is aligned very well with what you have mentioned just now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, okay, so we've got a business framework. We've got policymakers supporting businesses so that we can plan this. We've got academic institutions. Gurdeep, what's wrong with this plan? We've heard from the IEA that there are some 14 million new jobs to be created. So the theory is that we will leave no one behind because we need everyone. Gurdeep, tell us what it looks like from the ground.
Okay, thank you, Barbara, first of all, inviting me in this. And let me take a minute to just explain about my company. As you just mentioned that we are the largest power generating company. We have a little over 69 gigawatt of installed capacity. And out of that, as of now, 90% is based on the coal. And we have to reach to almost 60 gigawatt of renewable energy in next 1 decade. But coming to the topic of today's discussion, first of all, I think it is the last session, but the most important. But I'm sure that this was designed like that because after taking the inputs of all the sessions, we can deliberate and then we can decide something way forward on that. And after this forceful kind of deliberation from Jennifer, including Jen, everything, and then the academician here. So let me try to just take Jen some kind of ground realities and how it happens, and particularly, let's say, Jen, I will give some examples from Indian context. You all know that Honorable Minister just today morning just explained in detail about our plans and our transition, what we are going through. We have taken numerous steps. the crux is that the youngsters, you can always try to mold and try to get into the skill development or the training or the education, and it's easier to really deploy them and make them really employable in the new technologies. The larger question is what happens with the people who are already engaged and they are almost in their midlife or maybe just a little over that. I think this question is a large one which we need to address. Like in case of India, we have the coal reserves which is in the eastern part of the country, and the renewable is mostly because of the sun intensity, it is on the western part of the country. And the people who are at present engaged in case of the coal mining and related activities, if it is, let's say, it's too fast a transition, whether they will be left behind or whether we can take them along. And now we are talking about a country of 1.4 billion people. It's not something which is something in thousands or some million. And this is where the challenge really comes. So I would definitely argue on their point of view that we need to really find solutions. We need to really find some kind of security, job security, or kind of their livelihood security in case the transition is really becoming very fast. And how we are able to take their, and this, the terminology, what we are saying that no one should be left behind. And the gender diversity or the other kind of diversity, it is equally important. Incidentally, in the panel, it's finally balanced, though the one side, because it's, but once you come then towards the people who are involved in the conventional energy sources, I think the participation of the women is very less, maybe in some of the manual works. But it's good that the new clean energy sources, they will be providing almost equal opportunities. I would like to just share one example. I'm sure that some of you would have seen there is something called Barefoot College, who have tried with this some kind of, from the old ladies, what they call mamas, from African countries, they brought in India, they trained them and then sent them to take care of the solar installation and try to take care. So coming back, I think this is the natural phenomena. Today morning we heard the transition is the natural phenomena, whether it was from wood to coal, coal to oil, and this now the renewable. So the real issue remains is how we can engage, how we can help, how, at what pace we can really move so that we provide the equal opportunities to each and everyone, and that rightly said that it should be ethical also on that side. So this is not an easy task, but we all will have to do, and then it cannot be done by one country or in the one country, the one state. So it has to be kind of inclusive from all sides, and as we move along, it is important that we should be keeping in mind the job-related issues in addition to the education and the skill and the training of the people. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So you've heard the perspective of the panel. I'd like to make sure that we have microphones at the ready because I'm now going to start to draw members of this audience into the dialogue. I told you at the beginning that I'd love to hear from you what are concrete actions you can take, but I recognize not everyone is an optimist. Perhaps what's running through your mind is, but wait, I have these tremendous hurdles I have to get over. You've heard Gurdeep talk about the challenge of the location of workers in the energy industry in India. So whether you want to share something that's difficult because others need to hear it, and our policymakers need to be thinking about how to address this, or whether you have an idea or an example you'd like to share with us about how you're overcoming and preparing, then please raise your hand. By the way, while we're getting microphones to people, I will, yes, we have one in the back, and I know there are others. I know there are others. One of the things I like to say within my corporation and as we work with our customers is that there are really only two fundamental skills we need to be teaching children and we need to be igniting in adults: curiosity and initiative. Curiosity and initiative. If we can teach people how to learn, then they can continue to move and build their careers throughout their lifetimes. All right, we have a contribution from the back of the room.
Yes, thank you very much. Ken Baldwin from the Australian National University, and while I'm probably the only higher education representative in the room, I don't feel necessarily the need to defend ourselves from being blown up, but nonetheless...
Jennifer!
I think there's some very good points being made here, but let me just first point out that actually we are moving in the direction I think you were suggesting. So 10 years ago at the ANU, I introduced the Masters of Energy Change degree, which equips students in a postgraduate degree to move forward the energy transition across a range of disciplines from science and engineering all the way through to policy and economics. And I take the point that micro-credentialing is going to be really important, and I absolutely agree with that. So this year at ANU, we've introduced a course on the hydrogen economy, again, which is a micro-credential course. It's not a full degree course, it's a single course you can take just on the hydrogen economy. But I think more needs to be done in that direction. So I've got a suggestion for Jennifer, perhaps. There's a body called the Energy Research Institutes Council for Australia, ERICA, that I started 3 years ago, which represents all the major energy research institutions in the higher education sector. They are the perfect vehicle, in my view, to start to address the skills shortage issue and to look at micro-credentialing in universities, which I think is just as important as having a very strong discipline-based undergraduate degree to start with, but then to build on that and have specific skills in specific areas that we'll need for the transition.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I think it could work with the government's new Jobs and Skills Australia, because I think this is the first area that they have to map out in terms of doing that mapping and planning I was talking about. And the reason I use the expression blowing up is not just to get into the quotes, albeit that's part of the rationale, but it's because we've got to kind of completely rethink this. Because if you kind of think about the speed and pace and scale that everyone has talked about in the last 2 days, you can't do it if degrees take 4 years, if they take 5 years to get accredited. You can't do it just with, people just doing a higher education model, not a vocational model. So if you think about the German system where they blend those two systems more readily and they do it at a workplace. So that's my point about blowing up. But I think that's a great start. And this is the sector that if we're going to do big disruption to these systems, you'd start here. And so I think it's a really good idea. I'll take it offline with you and work with Alan and the team. But I just think I think your point, Barbara, is really important. We've got to stop I'd love to see kids leave school with 3 things. Sure, they need a mark because universities like yours need to grade people, and that's a fair enough system. But why don't we recognise those workability skills, inquiring minds, initiative? Why isn't that? That's clearly able to be evidenced. So, you could leave school with that. Then you could recognise volunteering, you could recognise work, and you could recognise languages. Like my grandson speaks fluent Farsi, but he's being told he has to learn French and Italian, right? And then they get a little passport, and then an employer builds on that. And that's that lifelong learning culture I think we've got to have.
Okay, so we're going to go for that. And I hear great synergy here in Australia. But should we be thinking about this regionally? And Fauzi, I'd really like to know from you, there's really good work being done in many institutions to build up these curricula. How much are you sharing within the region or the world?
That's good. Before I give my opinion on the regional cooperation, first, the policymakers in each country in this world need to have a policy X. Like in my country, if industry use more than 25,000 gigajoules per year, the policy of the X is you must have one registered energy manager in one industry. That is why probably that, you mentioned, you must have that. If you think that this is good for the future, for your citizen, for the humankind, then the industry need to have this in mind, right? And this only can be implemented well if a policy is in place. If not, just so, you cannot go far. If this is the way forward for the human being, humankind, for our next generation people in this planet, then at least the industry have to realize the importance of this aspect.
Here is this theme that Vaishali brought up, and we've heard from other speakers, of having a goal and being clear and certain about that goal.
And then after that, we actually, as I mentioned just now, we cannot work in silo. We need to share with our partners. At ASEAN, we have ASEAN Energy Management System. One, the boss is here. So we coordinate. And, coordinate, train, and we are very lucky that UTM has been given the mandate to train energy manager, to train electrical energy manager. So by doing so, we would like to share with others as well how we do that. As a small country, we only have about 31 million population, but we have the most numbers, as Barbara mentioned. But not only that, as mentioned just now, only a small university, we have 47 energy managers. So if we can do that, and this is to fulfill our institution as well, to become, to share with others. If, let's say, they just started, come to UTM, we can share the way forward, how we do that, and why and how our government really moving forward toward that, because not for the current generation, mind you, for the next generation or the people on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back out into the audience to say who has another idea or a hardship. We have a couple right here.
Okay, thank you very much, Anuki from ASEAN Center for Energy. Professor Fauzi mentioned about this ASEAN mobilization. I think it is important to have the resource mobilization within the region, even beyond region. What Professor Fauzi mentioned on this energy training management, I think it's very important starting point for us as the member states to really having a good quality as energy managers, and and also having possibilities to work across the countries. We also preparing on the strategy on involving vocational level in order to make sure that that the new clean energy perspective not only belongs to the postgraduate level, or even we all know bachelor level starting to having that, but also on the vocational level. I think those modular kind of strategy is very important. That's why we working a lot with universities across the region to really mapping and helping the sort of a working force ready to be implemented on the actual activities on the ground. So I think those partly a statement from my side. So I think I fully support whatever the audience.
Thank you. I'm delighted to do that. Before we go to Ram, I want to bring Gurdeep into the conversation, because here you are as an employer in maybe the most audacious transition that has to happen, and you're hearing all of this. What do you think is, what's your responsibility in that transition of the workforce, and what things are you already engaged in?
As I just mentioned, that being the largest utility, we have the responsibility for leading the transition, and we have to reach to almost, let us say, I just mentioned about 60 gigawatt. The challenge is not to just train people or just find people, because the training institutes are, in fact, in our company, we have all kind of training institute facilities rather. Which is starting from what we call the ITIs, which is the 10th standard pass, up to a high-end management school, which is there. And we send people for their education, further higher studies also. So that is much easier. The challenge will always be that how many jobs we can create so that no one is left behind. I'm just keep coming back to that because I believe that the other than this, it's being taken as a higher education, research, etc., etc. That is fine, but at the same time, it should be inclusive, and we must take care of the person at the bottom of the pyramid, which is maybe a kind of manual work, whether lifting and shifting, towards to the top end who is doing a high-end research. So I think this is where the challenge remains, is that how we can really take this transition, which is going to benefit the humankind, rather than only benefiting one part of the world, and that is grabbing everything, and the all are becoming dependent or enriching those kind of territories. I think this is the most important part. And in that, I think this is where it can be about a week course, week-long training program, which can really tell that what he has to do or observe or carry out any operation. And again, to the high end, where you have to design, you have to plan, and these other related issues where you have to make the policies and try to get the collaboration from across the world and all the institutions. So I think this is a total gamut which we'll have to work about. I don't think, Jen, in this small session, we will be able to deliberate all things, but it's important that this transition is really making this earth far better place than we are today. The tomorrow should be better, day after should be far better. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I just add one very quick point to that? I totally agree with that. I think that's why the vocational system has to not be seen as a second-class kind of pathway. And this is my point about blending the systems, but also people being able to kind of take the vocational path. The issue I've got about micro-credentialing, which I've been the biggest advocate for, is how do you stack them so that people who get them as part of their work-related learning, it counts for something. So, and that they're able to kind of have that kind of portability of skill. So I think that's a big equity challenge that we've got to all kind of face into, I think.
Yeah, I've heard the phrase ladder up quite a bit here, and I think this is true in skills. I would like to come to our next contributor. And folks, we've got about 10 minutes. Get your quotes ready.
Thank you so much to the panel. To me, this is one of the most important topics in the last 2 days, because we can't do anything we've discussed without the right people in place. I'm from CSIRO, and we're just recruiting and investing in next generation scientists. One of the most interesting things for me, when we looked at that demographic that we were targeting, the 20 to 30-year-olds, was that they'd come out of uni with a wonderful sense that they were going to make a difference in the world, and a great connection of purpose with their work, and then they'd very quickly been disillusioned. And because of that, their motivations were to maximise their salary, minimise their hours, develop a side hustle, and find that sense of purpose outside of work. Here, we have the opportunity to reconnect that sense of purpose with work. I had lunch with Dave Masters from Atlassian, and I was fascinated in hearing from them in some of the initiatives they're taking on in supporting organised volunteering. How can we better connect that sense of purpose with work again?
Sure. Look, that's my point about business has to lead. I mean, employers have to lead this. We can't just say to government, sort it out, education institutions, sort it out. You've got to give people that sense that they're part of a purpose, that they're part of something exciting, that you are going to train them and re-credential them, that you are going to give them opportunities to progress and advance. And, you know, there's a lot of complexity to your comment, but I think that's the kind, we have to walk away today as employers and say we have that responsibility to make sure that everyone, no matter where they are in this value chain, no matter where they are in this supply chain, feel that they are contributing to the betterment of the planet and the betterment of future generations, and that their jobs have purpose and dignity, and that their lives have purpose and dignity. And we've got to create those employment circumstances for people and see that as our absolute core responsibilities. Our contract, really, on the other side of that employment contract is our contract
about looking after our communities, looking after our people, and advancing our people.
Can I? Yeah.
Please.
I like the question a lot. We have had that, the question that you mentioned just now for the last maybe 7 years ago. How are we going to train our potential graduates to have that sense of belonging, their goals? So what we do was we introduce a program called Aim for Star. A, academic, industry, M, the government. 4, we only need 4 star, not 5 star. 4, strategic transformation. So what we do, we encourage seniors, first, second year, third year, fourth year student to get involved in a strategic project which in collaboration with the industry. Train them to understand why we need to have this project, a real project. Say, for example, we have had a very strategic project to serve the rural that do not get access to electricity. So we develop a solar panel. So we get a student to involve, and this project sponsored by an industry, like CSR projects. And now the solar has been there for the last 3, 4, 5 years. That's just an example. So after they graduate, before they get employed, we call them and get some feedback from them. And we were surprised that they are really looking forward to this kind of project. Then they knew that they can use their knowledge, skills, competency for the benefit of the people. And not only that, each project, we have another one. We call it quintuple helix. Government, industry, academia, and environment. So we educate them with the SDG. I haven't heard SDG for the last 2 days here. So at least what we have done, right, we address in our university at least 4 SDG. Number 1, SDG number 7, 11, 12, and 13. So all in all, if we can have this in any of our institution, I think it will, help to solve this problem.
Building the bridge between their academic experience and their work experience, but this is a real challenge to companies to make sure that we are fulfilling that desire of people. And by the way, it's not only people entering the workforce. That igniting that sense of purpose can be something that really retains our employees. We've got a contribution here.
I agree with your question. I think, I see it as our responsibility as faculty members to channel all that passion into something purposeful. And so what that means is also to be able to contextualize the complexity of the energy system for them, because it is really, really complex. At Princeton, we've got student groups who petition for divestment, but at the same time, they want to use electricity, they want Ubers, and there's no connection on where that power comes from, right? So, and they are petitioning for divestment because they think oil and gas is bad. So I think contextualization is important. Student group is one, workforce is another. But I wanted to ask a question about sort of more the financiers and the investment bankers and those who finance projects. I think contextualization for them is equally important. What we tried to do at Princeton, we created an executive education module for 40 business leaders, if you will, in partnership with the World Economic Forum to do this contextualization. And so we start with Thermodynamics 101 in explaining what a joule is, what a watt is, so that, when we say 300 megajoules or 300 megawatts, what that means. And I think that's important. I just wonder how, given the diverse audience in this room, whether that kind of contextualization from a financing perspective is important, and if so, how do we scale this?
Let me just say that I think that, in a way, all of us who are involved in this topic are educators, right? The people in this room know things that the rest of the world needs to know. And so let's take that responsibility seriously. And I love the idea, and maybe here's a new potential academic path to help create some modules for a segment of the, oh, you already have a module.
But if I can just interject here, I think what we are talking about, what is being mentioned here is this should start from the primary school rather than just when we are coming to the kind of executive education program. I think it's necessary that we should be teaching the students the life skills rather than only some kind of complicated. I think that's what what's coming out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. You know, this has been fantastic. We are coming to the end of our segment. I know you're really sad, right? This has been so much fun. But what I'm going to do is ask each of our panelists in reverse to share with the room here your call to action to policymakers and those who may shape this space for us. And Gurdeep, I'm coming to you first.
Yeah, in some way I'm distinctly connected with the kind of the policies what's be coming out, but as we listened and we repeated that transition is inevitable. Yes. And this should be sustainable. That is most important. And then equitable and then ethical. That's what I think in the framework, we must not be in a hurry, that what was being told just now, that we don't know the subject, but we just keep talking about that. That somebody will be saying that gas is fine, but coal is bad. But if you are consuming 10 units from gas, and if you are using the 2 units from coal, I think the gas is worse than the coal. I think this kind of awareness, this kind of knowledge is important. It should not be a kind of herd mentality and people are getting influenced that something is wrong or something. I think it's important that we keep the local conditions in mind and try to see that everybody is leading a better life than what he has been doing. Maybe we cannot just wait for the ultimate carbon-free world, and in that duration, I think most of this part of the society is suffering on that. So that's what matters.
Practical and compassionate. Thank you for that input. Fauzi?
Yeah, what we do here and now and in the future, we need to take action. You know, just no need too much talking. You mention it, you do it. So people no action but talk only. This is what I personally don't like. If you want to do it for the mankind, just do it. You know, reduce your talking, implement it for the benefit of the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
So 3 things. Context is absolutely crucial. I totally agree with that. And I wanted everyone in the world to hear what we've talked about for the last 2 days but it is complex. But people aren't silly either, and they can actually get their head around complex things. And this kind of idea that you can't just kind of take one solution and apply it across the whole world. I think the crucial thing from a workforce point of view goes back to my first point. If we kind of divide this up as we need, 10 engineers, ex-computer scientists, and a list, as opposed to people who can do these things, we will make a terrible mistake, because we'll narrow everyone down into a set of occupational categories. We won't create that inquiring kind of initiative mindset, but then we'll kind of lock people out of opportunities, and then we'll see some dislocation. Of all the things I would love us to do, it'd be that one.
And I see Beverly. She's on the stairs. We've got to get off the stage. Thank you.
Barbara, thank you so much, and thanks to our panelists. I'm sorry I've become such a foreboding figure. We have another one joining us. Before he does join us, though, just a little adjustment. Harbour Cruise transport is leaving at 4:30. So we're at 3:30 now. Harbour Cruise transported at 4:30. And then from the cruise, you'll be taken to whatever dinner that you have registered or brought back to the hotel if you haven't registered. But let's come full circle to the passionate advocate behind the forum, of course, on behalf of the Australian government and our other co-hosts. Let's welcome back Alan Finkel.
Thank you, Beverly. Look, these 2 days have exceeded my hopes. I've been involved with it right from the beginning, and I entered as an optimist in the first place, so it's nice to have that optimism exceeded. And I do think that you'll all agree with me that it's been an immersive and an invigorating couple of days. So really, to all of you, thank you once again for being here at the Sydney Energy Forum. On a somber note, I want to once again acknowledge and pay my respects to Shinzo Abe, his family, his friends, and the Japanese community. Like all of you, I was very pleased to see that Minister Hagiura could join us today. His presence was a testament to his respect for the partnerships in the region, consistent with Mr. Abe's legacy. And not to be forgotten, our thoughts should also be with the Ukrainian community, who are directly bearing the brunt of so much of what is relevant to us in the discussions today. But returning to the forum, as the Prime Minister said in his opening remarks, the nature of the challenge is not in question. The question is our ability and our appetite to seize the opportunities it contains. In acknowledging our shared commitments to reduce emissions as quickly as we possibly can, there are 3 key messages that I have taken from the forum. The first message is that the clean energy transition is essential. You knew that, you wouldn't have been here. It's essential, and the faster the better. And what was clear from the forum discussions is that there are 3 reasons why it is essential. For climate change reasons, for economic opportunity, and for global energy security. As Secretary Granholm noted, it is imperative that nations that share the same values develop their own supply chains, not just for the climate, but for our own energy security. The second big message is the complexity of clean energy supply chains. They're not simple. The supply chains are a sequence of interdependent factors that are needed to be efficiently managed. And the sequence begins with accessing the raw materials themselves. The critical minerals, rare earth elements, and other materials like copper, aluminium, and graphite. As Amanda Lacaze said, it is about building the ecosystem and capabilities to become cross-competitive. Then there is manufacturing the devices that produce the energy products, the solar panels. They're inputs. They're manufactured devices, but they're inputs into the supply chain. The solar panels, the wind turbines, the electrolyzers. And there was a lot of discussion here around the scale and how do we reach cost competitiveness, acknowledging that China has been very successful in this already. They've delivered high-quality, low-cost panels. We've all benefited from this. The next challenge will be to increase the diversity of supply of these manufactured inputs. Then there is the electricity, the hydrogen, and the ammonia needed to power our global economy. As Chairman Kanahana said, large quantity production of hydrogen is needed to reduce costs, and this cannot be done by a single company or a single country. It is about ensuring the reliability of the electricity by building transmission lines within borders, across borders, and even between continents. We've just heard this morning from Minister Singh that India added 160,000 kilometres of transmission lines in recent years. It's the transport infrastructure to ship sunshine in the form of hydrogen, ammonia, and liquid organic hydride carriers between the continents. As Tatsuya Terazawa noted, the history of LNG is a lesson for us today. But it took 50 years to establish the industry, and this time we've only got 30 years, actually 28 years to get there. It is the workforce needed to mine these minerals, manufacture new products, install massive amounts of new infrastructure, and transport the goods. Now, I have to respond to Barbara's challenge. As Jennifer Westacott has just reiterated in the final and fantastic panel, the transition is about new jobs, and we should be deeply optimistic about the opportunities. 5 million jobs lost, but 30 million jobs created right across the supply chain. And to capture the last minute, Professor Ismail said, if you mention it, you do it. And of course, these existing complexities are exacerbated by the current energy landscape, which Fatih Birol from the IEA labelled as the first global energy crisis. That was an eye-opener to me because I remembered the oil crisis, but it wasn't quite global. But this is, we're all affected. Captured well by Audrey Zibelman when she emphasised that the energy reliability is crucial, and her example is that it's like flying a plane that never lands while we're changing the engines and upgrading the fuel supply. The electricity can never stop. The third big message, we need to make these supply chains robust and resilient. We need a diversity of supply. As Dr. Kuki stated this morning, we have subjected ourselves to the risk of sourcing energy, talking about Germany, subjected themselves to the risk of sourcing energy from a single supplier. We need innovation, research and development to reduce cost and improve manufacturing. As Larry Marshall stated, we can lift all boats with the tide of technology. We need innovation to help design critical minerals such as cobalt out of the equation where we can. Can we do lithium-ion batteries that don't use cobalt? We need large-scale investments and partnerships. As Danielle Murfeld said, this will benefit from consistency in government policy and demand. We need competitive, open and rules-based markets. As Hugh Mackay said, markets must be open, fast and transnational. And for whatever their flaw, they're better than the alternative. From the conversations here at the forum, we have developed, the task force has developed a list of 8 practical actions that industry and government can take forward. They're on the desk in front of you. But in brief, they're focusing on driving the R&D deployment so we can address the challenge to scale up our manufacturing capacity. That's a priority. Establishing long-term demand commitments for low-carbon hydrogen and boosting technical assistance and financing for small island states and developing nations in the Indo-Pacific region. And the need for clean energy workforce partnerships in the region, as you've heard about this afternoon, and environmental and ethical sourcing certifications, which reflect some of Vaishali's points in the markets panel session this morning. So let me finish with some huge thank yous. This forum is an initiative, as many have acknowledged, of the Australian government. It took vision and commitment, and I offer my hearty appreciation to Prime Minister Albanese, to Minister Christopher Bowen, and the Australian government, to all of them for hosting the forum. I want to thank Fatih Birol and the IEA for being a co-host of the forum and releasing their very comprehensive report, Securing Clean Energy Technology Supply Chains, which was released as a key deliverable for this forum. I want to thank you, Jennifer Westacott, and your colleagues at the Business Council of Australia for being our partners on the ground and assisting with side meetings and side events yet to come. Thank you, Beverly O'Connor, for being such an engaging and highly efficient MC for the last 2 days of the forum. And I've also got to thank you for letting me see you in the flesh. For years, I've watched this lady at 9:30 at night, 10 o'clock at night on the ABC World News. Always doing a wonderful job. Thank you, Beverly. Thank you to all the professional Australian public servants who've worked hard for their vision, for their planning and the delivery of this forum. It's been just terrific. And thank you to the invisible health professionals here and in your home country for keeping the scourge of COVID-19 at bay. We got through it. I don't believe that this has been a super spreader event at all. And finally, as you reflect on this conference, in the context of the huge transition that we are undertaking away from the high emissions energy to a clean energy future, please give consideration as to whether this forum should be the first in a series or a one-off. I think about this a lot in the last few, I've been thinking about this a lot in the last few days, and I really don't know. Should it be an inaugural forum or a one-off? Should we repeat it in the future? Not necessarily every year, but perhaps every 2 years. I'd love you to let me know in the time that remains, just when we're walking around, just give me your instinctive response, or send an email to Is it up there? It's not. Send an email to event. Is it event or events? With plural. No, it's singular. event@sydneyenergyforum.gov.au. event@sydneyenergyforum.gov.au, or send me an email directly. Once again, thank you, thank you, thank you. We've got side events and other things coming. Enjoy them, and I hope you got a lot from this conference. Bye all.
Alan, thank you so much. And just to give a vote of thanks, of course, we know that the Australian government has been the driver with their co-hosts. To close our event, please make very welcome the Assistant Minister for Energy and Climate Change, Jenny McAllister.
Thank you so much, Beverly, and thank you all very much for being here. It is my great pleasure to have the opportunity to offer some very brief remarks at this forum close. And I do hope that you have all enjoyed your time here on Gadigal land, land that always was and always will be cared for by traditional owners. You heard now Dr. Finkel run through a list of thank yous and also provide a remarkable summary of the event. I'm not going to repeat all of those thank yous, but of course the one person Dr. Finkel did not thank was himself. And I do want to remark that you will have seen in those closing remarks some of the things that are most characteristic about Dr. Finkel and which have really underpinned the success of the event in his role here. He is so curious about what everybody else thinks. He is warm and good-humoured in the way he approaches the most difficult of problems, but he nonetheless brings the most extraordinary clarity of mind. And in his capacity to sum up the wide-ranging conversations over the last few days, I think you see just that short contribution, the reason that Alan's contribution has been so significant, and we really thank you and acknowledge you, Alan. I'm also not going to try and do a summing up, but I do want to make just one personal reflection. I had the very good fortune back in 2006, a long time ago now, to take up a role with the New South Wales Government in their Environment Department, and within a short space of time, I'd become responsible for climate change policy. And of course, in 2006, Al Gore released his very famous film, An Inconvenient Truth, and the world was really taken by the imperative of the climate task. Australia then ratified the Kyoto Protocol in the following year, and there was this incredible sense of momentum. But of course, within just a few short years, the global financial crisis and its impacts had rolled through the global economy, and much of that momentum dissipated, and we fell into some really hard times. I am so struck now by some of the similarities. There is that same energy, that same sense of promise, but of course there are challenges. And my real takeaway from this event is that we've just learnt so much in the intervening years. The technology is ready. Business is ready and played an important role in the event those last couple of days. And of course, the community is also ready for action. And this presents the most incredible foundation for us to make the changes that we've known we need to make for such a long time. And in this room, that is really so clearly represented. We have individuals here who have travelled a very long way to be here, and we thank you so much for your willingness to do so. We have senior representatives from the business community right across our region, and business will be so important in this transition. And of course, you have all been in dialogue with some most senior representatives from the governments in our region. And the willingness of ministers to travel to Australia and be part of this dialogue, to be so present with representatives from the business community, has meant so much to us. It has been critical in making this a success. So I hope that you all leave with a clear sense of the challenge, but more importantly, I hope that you leave with a sense of what it is that we might achieve together through collaboration, the possibilities that are present in the relationships that are here in this room. I, for one, leave with some new friends, and I really look forward to maintaining the relationships and working with you all on this transition. So thank you all very, very much, and I do thank you so much for your participation.
Minister, thank you so much. And that is the conclusion of our formalities. In my career, a very long career, too long career, I've never had the privilege of being privy to such incredible conversations. Thank you for your company. It's been wonderful to meet you and to, as a good journalist does, to edit just that last session that we had. You people know stuff, just do it. Thank you so much.
The single biggest challenge to achieving this vision of the clean energy future is the coordination effort. We can't get the solar and the wind into the system without transmission lines. We can't get transmission lines built without community engagement and community acceptance, because there are landholders involved, whether they're Indigenous or farmers. So it's the coordination effort, and the coordination effort won't come without a commitment. And the commitment won't come if people don't share the vision of what can be achieved.
The challenge is that while the general public supports the transition to clean energy, they may not support the introduction of clean energy at their backyards. Yes, Japan is very densely populated, but the other problem is that 70% of our land is mountains. And since our mountains are very steep, there's a possibility that they could lead to landslides, which has made solar panels not very popular among communities which have very steep mountainsides.
We must bring the community on this journey, and that's about targeting key regional areas where they will be impacted by a change in the asset mix or a change in the power mix, which has created many jobs. We shouldn't pretend that that's not a challenge. Instead, we should just lean into it, face into it head on, and start to work with those communities about how do we transition those new industries, how do we get new industries into those communities, how do we train people for them.
Each and every stakeholder is driving this movement. And if you're not a part of this journey, I think we'll just go out of business.
We need to unleash the potential of people here in Australia, but also around the world as we develop these new technologies. And I see that workforce being agile, skilled, able to move physically, move between jobs. And obviously the challenge is how do we make sure the skill system keeps pace with that mobility across the workforce. And obviously we want to make sure that that workforce has a lot of women in it and that they're participating in jobs at the highest level.
So there will be a transformation from the fossil fuel-based system to a clean energy system. It will not be easy, but it is the government's job to make it as orderly as possible, as fast as possible, and also to keep the cost of it down as much as possible. But I believe when it comes to climate change in a secure way, there is a very strong role for governments. Governments are definitely, in my view, in the driving seat.
Consistent policy frameworks, that's what businesses need. They need to understand what the runway is, they need to understand what's going to happen, not only in the next 2 or 3 years, but in the next 10, 20, 30, because they're making huge investments that go over 20, 30, 50 years. So they need that policy certainty.
We have amazing science and engineering skills. We have amazing raw material reserves. We just need to harness our innovation capability to turn those into the things that make Australia a global clean energy superpower.